Hello. Welcome. It is June 30th. Today is Wednesday, and we are here on time today. Definitely on time. Yeah, things are doing good today. So, as it is Wednesday, we are continuing on our playthrough with Arcade Spirits. When we left off, we had some monumental decisions to make on how we were going to build and run our own arcade establishment. I did not have a name to come up with because I didn't have a name for what we were going to call it. I'm not the best when it comes to pun names, I'm not going to lie. So we called it what the game decided to call it. And that's fine. Remember, you don't need to be, like, immensely creative with games like this. That's why there is a default option, and it's usually a good choice. But, I'm getting ahead of myself. So, like I said, it's Wednesday. Hope everyone's doing good out there. It's a lot more different weather than it was even 2 days ago, which I'm very much enjoying. Like, you have no idea how much I enjoy this weather. So, I don't know how much is left of the game. There is 8 chapters. I just don't know, if any of them are going to be hard, or, like, if this is going to take a lot longer than I think it will. Because we might be done with this game today. Or, we'll have to play it, on Tuesday. Because tomorrow we're doing magic cards, either way. Yeah. I think the best bet right now is we're gonna shift over. I'm gonna pause this, and then we're gonna launch the game. Come on. Screen needs to pop up too. There we go. So, you'll recall we got a few more things done. So, we finished Chapter 5. We have Mr. Moopy's Magic Maze, so you can see exactly what it looks like. I'm not going to read all of that. And then we've got Francine's concept art, the many variations of her. Shame, but so it goes. And then we've got these 10 items that are locked away to us. I mean, and I'm pretty sure I did look up this, which was if you have those set, you can do something, but I don't really know what. Well, we've got the start of Chapter 7. It's only 8 chapters long. And then, other people will usually replay the game to see what happens and what's different, if they make different choices. This is the playthrough that we have, so these are the choices that we make, and we stick with them. It is the distant future, year 20 XDX. And for the first time, I am in entirely in control of my destiny. I'm no longer merely working in an arcade. Now, I am the arcade. Which admittedly still, I'm working on my future, which admittedly still involves working in an arcade, but still, my future. I'm gonna adjust a couple things. Tighten that. Loose that. Have it drop down a little bit. Tighten it back up. Make sure these things are not, like, falling apart. Like that one did. I mean, it's not falling apart. It's just coming unattached to the microphone stand, but yeah, my future. I'll admit it feels weird. I've grown used to going with the flow, letting life batter and bruise me, deep fry me into a delicious golden brown, and having a true and honest hand in the controls is a bit terrifying. Everyone's counting on me to keep the flames of Miss Francie's Funplex alive as we move into the era of arcade spirits. And, well, honestly, I'm nervous. Who wouldn't be? There's just so much riding on the success of Arcade Spirits, not just a paycheck, but the hopes and dreams of all my friends. And I can't forget about Naomi's hopes and dreams in particular. Ooh, okay. There we go. That's the correct feeling that I was looking for. Awesome. I'm not the only one anxious about this. The stress weighs heavily on both of us. I don't want to let her down. I keep waiting for the universe to wake up and notice that I'm on a roll. If fickle fate could take away the Funplex, mostly because it took away Francine, what could it do to Arcade Spirits? I know that's hardly a constructive attitude to have, but anxiety is rarely a logical thing. You can know the truth while your nerves tell you something else entirely. Now, all that's left to get through is opening day without an incident. I arrived early that morning to go over any last-minute preparations and make sure everything is in order. Plus, Juniper was sick of watching me pace back and forth at home after breakfast. So she lovingly shoved me out the apartment and told me to be productive. I don't blame her. Now, I stood in awe of the building, the dream I poured my heart and soul into. I still barely believed it myself. I paused a moment to let the reality finally hit me, and then stepped into my destiny, which, if you'll recall, we decided to make a family entertainment style arcade a la, Chuck E. Cheese or something like that, where we'll have large esports and streaming. And then here we have the backdrop that we have. Attorney board, that's nice. And a few regular, setup games. Pushing open the doors to Arcade Spirits, I was greeted by a relative peace and quiet. Just the beeps and boops and people moving about doing last-minute preparations. We traveled a long and arduous road ever since the great Wake Turvinspiracy. Thanks, Ashley. Gavin secured us a great rental space, an abandoned pizza place with that all-too-familiar triangular roof. There is no way that this was a Pizza Hut. Pizza Huts were a lot smaller than this. This actually physically could not have been a Pizza Hut. That is what they're saying it was. I don't have any brand ties at this point, like, personally, and I don't have any sponsors that I have to worry about appeasing, so I can say this with all impunity. Pizza Huts were not as big as this. This is going to pan over, and we'll see a door on this side, probably. And then over here, we'll have probably another table. And there's clearly a back room. Now, I'm not the best space wizard. I mean, like, I don't mean, like, actual space wizard. You know what, I'll run with it. Yes, I am the best space wizard. But there's not that much space inside of a building that would be owned by Pizza Hut that was then abandoned by Pizza Hut. Nobody else wanted it, but we didn't care about the funny shape. Quirk is in our favor. And I really couldn't have done all the renovations this place needed without the help of our financial benefactor, Hamza. I keep saying it wrong and I do apologize. It is a name and I should get it correct. Hamza proved true to his word, fronting us as much money as we needed to make this happen. Now we've got a family restaurant and arcade to rival Deco's Palace. Well, okay, it's very small compared to Deco's Palace, but quality over quantity. I notice I keep peeking on the microphone. Am I too loud? Is the music too quiet? I mean, I don't know. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to see how this sounds, and I have to double check it against the other speakers, so. Alright. The music sounds okay, but when I say something that peaks the microphone, yeah, that was me in the past. So, welcome to Arcade Spirits. I hit mute right as I was saying, as it was getting to me, the first part where it was supposed to have peaked. So I had to peak the mic a second time. It doesn't sound awful, so I'll take it. We went with a familiar layout, if it ain't broke and all that, to show that we've still got the good spirit and passion that made the Funplex great. But it's not all a carbon copy. We've got a few new additions that Francine would even be proud of. The video wall's a nice touch. That one was my idea. It alternates between running music videos, game promos, and high-score leaderboards. We also repainted and did general update on the appliances and fixtures to give it a more finished feel and less of a retired pizza place turned arcade vibe. That means they replaced the light fixtures, clearly, so we no longer have those garish domes that was hanging, like the light covers that would go over the top of the light and then extend out and down, but not actually cover the light, just make it so it's more focused downwards. It's like a chandelier, but if the light was in the center, instead of, like, at any other point on the chandelier. Teo and Queen Bee worked together to pick out a few key games that would appeal to the esports community. We've got fighting games, racing games, shooting games, and dancing games. All 4 genres. No one else cares about any other games in esports. You want head-to-head action? We got it. You want butt-to-butt action? That's what the dancing game is for. Granted, we still have a decent selection of other stuff too, so all tastes are catered to. But Queen Bee is confident that this will put the fighting game community, as well as the MOBA community. Sorry, poll in, not put. I cannot remember what MOBA is supposed to stand for. Which is unfortunate. Like, I know what Dota is. I know what that's supposed to stand for. Because it is an acronym. But I don't know what MOBA is. Because every game that was coming out along the same vein of, you know, those games they were all called Dota-likes. Until the term MOBA came out, and then that was already way too late in what I was doing. I still have no idea what a MOBA is, aside from Fist of Discomfort-like. Oh, really? This is the exact same thing is what I was saying. But Queen Bee assures me it's a hot commodity right now. As for Queen Bee's experiment into advanced streamer support, well, I'm unsure of how this will pan out, but she's confident in it. Such confidence is contagious. She's invited a few big-name streamers to drop in on opening day and broadcast from our makeshift little studio. That'll build up some buzz for the arcade far and wide. Actually, having a stream studio is realistically a good idea. Unfortunately, because of how long streams can go, it's hard to set up reasonable things. Now, if it's like a two-person game of Fist of Discomfort set inside the stream box that you'll trade out every so often, then it's absolutely worth it. All of my decisions, all of my choices, made Arcade Spirits what it is. So much labor and love went into the project, from all of us. And now all that's left is to officially open these doors. But before that fateful hour begins, I still want to do one last check on operations. Just in case. The restaurant side of this equation proved to be very complicated. I'd go cross-eyed trying to parse the numbers of that side of the business. Fortunately, Hamza decided to give us a bunch of employees to run the restaurant, I believe. Hopefully it wouldn't drive us to bankruptcy, or the arcade wouldn't bankrupt the restaurant, or both at the same time. I mean, if it's both, then it's whatever. Hark! The great Hamza senses concern from his business partner.
Perfection.
Rest assured, Zalbag, that Hamza has seen to all that it requires seeing to. Our delicacies shall ring true across taste buds across the city. I'm not sure I would consider burgers and buffalo wings as delicacies. I mean, at this kind of place, yeah, absolutely. Hamza is aware we shall never earn 5 stars with our cuisine, but we shall be the pinnacle of deep-fried foodstuffs. Today, Hamza will oversee operations. Beyond this opening day, I leave you in the hands of my capable chefs and waitstaff. Yes, because, it's a good thing Hamza is giving us a bunch of employees to do this. Unfortunately, that is a bunch of employees that we have to worry about paying. But you'll be in touch, right? I'd hate to have to, I'd hate to have you jet off to, Istanbul. It's not Constantinople. No matter what people tell you. And suddenly everything is on fire. Ha ha! No matter what corner of the globe Hamza's travel take him to, he can be summoned at the speed of light. At the speed of air travel, really. And now, back to my kitchen. Our glorious future together in business awaits. Hamza claps twice before leaving in a flourish. Okay, being partners with Hamza is gonna take some getting used to. Running a restaurant and an arcade is riskier than I thought it'd be, but for all his quirkiness, he knows business, right? He's rich. Rich people are smart, right? Right? People that have money tend to be smart, do they? Is that how it works? Because realistically, no, they don't. However, it's kind of like the quote from The Simpsons during the infamous monorail episode. A town with money is like a mule with a spinning wheel. No one knows how he got it, and danged if he knows how to use it. After my quick check-in, I noticed the clock. Its unforgiving hands telling me that it's not long now. Time moves on always forward. Does not matter. It does not care about what you're doing. Okay. Breathe, Zal. Calm down. Everything's clearly under control. I think we're going to get one more text box before we get something that is wildly out of control. There's no need to freak out. You're just mistaking excitement for terror. This is exciting. It's a happy day. The first day of Arcade Spirits. That was our one more text box. Now let's see what goes wrong. You can do this. You can do this. No, with all of us working together, we can do this. What was our score setup again? We're still pretty gutsy, but we're getting to this point, and I mean, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, we can do this. As long as no unforeseen problems pop up. Zal, I have an unforeseen problem popped up. Yeah, we've got a problem. Gavin, we're minutes from opening the doors. Unless the building is literally on fire, is this something that can wait? Unfortunately, no. The building is literally on fire. Naomi may have put Arcade Spirits in jeopardy. Don't listen to him. He's worrying over nothing.
Seriously?
Yes, I'm certain the lawyers will just pack up and go away once you tell them the whole thing is worrying over nothing. Okay, let me see if I can guess what's going on here. Naomi probably accidentally put a game board in the wrong thing. Or we don't have the rights to Pango. It's just a penguin. Who cares? And even if someone cared, who's gonna know? Come on, Gavin. Why do you have to be such a control freak over every little detail? The devil is in the details. And thanks to your actions, we're gonna end up sued to hell and back, where I'm sure you can plead your case with the devil himself. Okay, so yeah, it's probably the Pango. She had to do a recreation. I mean, I'm all for let's start sinning, but we gotta. Yeah, we're gonna lodge this one. Whoa, enough. Settle down, both of you. Let's take this from the top and assume I don't know anything about what you're talking about. Which I don't. I'd like you both to explain to me, calmly, exactly what is going on.
So frustrating.
I'm perfectly calm. It's this one who's freaking out.
Nonsense.
I assure you, I'm not freaking out. I'm having a reasonable reaction to what has transpired. What is going on? Fine. Gavin, you tell him. Then I'll explain why you're wrong. Gavin rubs his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Naomi wants to put her Pango up front. I don't think it'll earn any tokens, but I'm willing to let that go in the spirit of compromise and to support her dream. Okay, that's fine. How very noble of you. But she's put a topper on it, and that's the problem. A topper. What? A piece of cool artwork you stick on top of a cabinet to attract players. It's like a sign or a statue or something. They're usually sold with deluxe versions of game cabinets, and Pango doesn't have one. Not an official one, anyway. Alright, so does that mean we're gonna have to worry about either... I don't think we have to worry about Pango so much as we would have to worry about whoever the artwork came from. So Naomi made one by taking a Pangy statue and repainting it to look like Pango. Okay, I'm with you so far. What's the problem? Do you have any idea what the Pangy brand even is, Zal? Clearly no. I mean, it's the penguin thing that we've seen a lot around. But if Pango is a different colored... It's just a recolor of Pangy that happens to have a bow tie on, I don't see what the problem is. Super popular creative... Yeah, Juniper told me it was some super popular corporate mascot with incredibly protective owners, actually. Exactly. An iconic character of the Matsushita Collective, a corporation which is not exactly known for leniency when it comes to copyright violation. Yes, we live in the age of social media. Brands are becoming more aware that fan works are free promotion. Except Matsushita is decidedly not on board with that.
Take this matter seriously.
I've heard tales of them suing children's daycare centers just for unlicensed Pangy decorations on their walls. They've driven people into poorhouse for pirating Pangy anime. Like, I don't like this company, but... And now Naomi has doomed us all by defacing the idol of a vengeful god of capitalism to make her precious fake Pango statue. We are going to be sued into the ground the instant photos of that surface online. Oh.
Objection.
Exaggerate much, Gavin? Come on. Some company over in Japan isn't going to give a crap about a red penguin on top of an arcade cabinet in a little place like ours. No insult intended to arcade spirits, of course. But we are small time. And so what if they find out? So what if they get mad? We just apologize and take it down. That clicks with what Juniper told me about Pangy before. Pangy is so universal, so pervasive, it's like a background radiation. I don't even notice the character, but I have heard the stories Gavin talked about. Yeah, see, there's a Pangy right over here. It's been here this whole time, in the middle of this conversation. Generally speaking, they don't end well for the little guy. And we're the little guy. I really should talk Naomi out of this. Gavin doesn't argue just to win. He only argues when he believes in the point he's trying to make. He believes we're in danger. I agree with Gavin. Like I actually do severely agree with Gavin. In fact, all of these are saying, let's agree with Gavin except for this one. We have to take it down. Naomi, I'm sorry. I know you love your game, but Gavin is right. We can't risk a lawsuit.
What?
But it's just a statue, Naomi. Pango doesn't need a fancy topper. People will play it anyway. And will come to love it the same way you love it. That's a promise. Okay? So... No.
No. Gavin's always doing this. He's always stepping on my dreams while he claims to protect them.
And
you're always pulling me back when I want something, like at the auction, and I thought this arcade was supposed to be for us. For you and for me. An arcade of our dreams, just like it was for Miss Francine and her husband.
yes. And we can't do that when we are in a debtor's prison. I'm not saying
it's my
that...
arcade too, and I should be able to decorate it however I want. I just wanted people to love my game, that's all. And if you won't let them, well, fine. Take down the penguin. See if I care.
Get a different penguin. Get somebody to make a different penguin. Don't repurpose the Pangy penguin. But I'm not... No, there was no helping it. I got in the middle of yet another conflict between Gavin and Naomi, and she won't back down. She's too invested in winning this. Naomi storms off to her workshop and slams the door shut behind her. Quickly, I move to follow her to explain, but Gavin stops me. Zal, we need to open the arcade, and you have to be there for the opening ceremony. Screw that. The arcade can wait. It really can't. We need to get the penguin down and open the doors. I'm sorry. And take it from someone who Naomi hates, it's best to let her cool down a bit first. I stand in the way of her dreams far too often. I know. I hate doing it. I hate asking others to do it in my stead. And I apologize for having to involve you in that. Naomi doesn't hate you. It's just, well... I was gonna say that's... Naomi's introverted to a heavy degree. She's used to being by herself and taking care of her own needs as a result. Being her own boss. She's friendly with people, so you wouldn't know, but it's hard to get in there. I've managed it, but since she sees you as some external force that wants to change things important to her private inner world, well...
I hadn't intended.
I'm a dangerous outsider. And my efforts to protect her only make me more so. Clearly, I need to speak with her more. Try to understand her on my own terms. Perhaps I have been avoiding directly addressing this conflict for too long. Yeah, like, I don't know, before I joined, to now, which we're literally in a new establishment. But I feel she'd rather see neither of us at this moment. Perhaps later, after opening ceremonies are complete.
Apologies.
For now, I'm afraid we need to tend to our arcade first and foremost. Excuse me. Gavin moves to take the dodgy-looking red penguin off Naomi's game before any customers can get a look at it. He does take care not to damage it, however. I can't handle this right now. As much as I want to stop everything and sort through this mess, I've got a job to do today. There will be time later to patch things up with Naomi. Presumably. I need to at least try to put this turmoil behind me so I can focus on the first day of Arcade Spirits with a smile. Despite reeling from that incident just now, despite my nerves, I'm ready to do this because I have to be ready. No choice. That reminds me, yeah, cool. I've got big plans for the opening ceremony, and I'm gonna open the doors, give my prepared speech to the gathered masses, and stay on hand to greet gamers as they enter. Same clothes, alright. Stepping to the forefront, I grasp the door handles and throw the gates to Arcade Spirits wide. Welcome, friends! Welcome. Welcome to all of you. 3 people who decided to show up. Thank you. I hope that... Oh god, there's actually a lot of people. I don't even have time to finish one line of my big dramatic speech. The crowd spills through the doors and runs right past me, eager to get to the games. Immediately, the arcade fills with the sounds of beeps and boops, games starting up, and people laughing with delight as they find their favorites. Well, there goes my entire opening ceremony plans out the window. I had all sorts of stuff planned, but if folks just want to get to gaming, who might argue? After a few minutes of final checks around the place, I decide to move into Phase 2. Meet and greets around the arcade. I walk the arcade like I did in my floor attendant days, talking with folks and making sure everything's running smoothly. Although I could probably track down Naomi too, assuming she wants to talk yet, which may not be the case. Arcade Spirits is my domain, open to my exploration. Where should I visit first? I'd rather deal with these. I don't like dealing with the restaurant, but I know it's a necessity. Well, let's go talk to Naomi. Hopefully things will be a little bit more patched, or at least I can attempt to patch. Most of the time, I'm drawn to Showtime Stage because of the flashing lights and hip beats, not because it's completely silent. No music at all. Finally, streamer friendly. As I approach, I see Naomi feverishly working to fix it. Seeing the whole thing without tunes synced to its flashy lighting rig is kind of depressing. And listening to Naomi mutter as she works, she undoubtedly feels the same way.
Oh.
This was working fine earlier. Why isn't it working now? Oh, fortunately Teo is proving surprisingly knowledgeable about the inner workings of his favorite game. You may need to re-image the hard drive. I know some gray area websites where we can get a replacement copy of the files if needed. This is the 3rd release version of Showtime Stage's software, right? Those are easier to come by than the more modern 4th version, oddly enough. The files aren't the problem. I think the hard drive itself was damaged in shipping. And if so, well, you might not be able to dance at all today. I'd have to order a new part. I'm sorry. There were just so many games to get up and running, I must have missed this ticking time bomb of a hardware failure. Hey, it's cool. I don't need to get my groove on all the time. Hey, Naomi. Listen, about earlier?
No.
Yeah, no. A, I'm still cross with you about that. And B, I've got more other immediate problems. Right. We'll talk later. Is there anything we can do about this? She's not wrong. This is definitely an immediate problem. Showtime Stage is one of our flagship games. It's flashy, it's exciting, and Teo's dance moves usually bring the crowd in. Like, look at those pants. How would the crowd not show up? Getting it working for opening day is a priority. Oh, God. I feel like this is probably an upsetting thing for Naomi. Because this is replacing a hand with a foot of somebody else's machine. However, this is still probably the safest and, well, most legal option. This isn't the only game we have that uses a hard disk, right? Can we pull and reformat one from the other ones using Teo's files to make it a clone of Showtime stage? Well, it'd mean voluntarily disabling one of our other games. But, ooh, wait, I know! Wild Rider! That piece of poop is always crashing on us. It's not like it's very popular. Let's yank the drive from that and make it a Showtime stage drive. That's the one that crashed at the last second during Funplex Forever. And the guy got really mad about it.
Yeah.
I can have that up and running in an hour. Sounds perfect. I'll send you the files. Go get a bite to eat and be back in time to show everyone what a great dance community we've got here at Arcade Spirits. So, it'll take a bit of time, but we'll get our stage back in working order. Good. Good. Maybe we'll get through this opening day without any major problems aside from this. Before I go, I spot a gamer who's been watching, super curious about what's going on. I swear I've seen this guy before. Maybe in a crowd or something. Like everybody else that had this silly little logo. Don't know. Hey, is Showtime Stage really hosed? For now, yes, but we'll have it fixed as soon as we can. Aw, man, I wanted to get my groove on. That's a bummer. You know, I might know a guy who knows a guy who can get a replacement super cheap. Or like, any game you want. Anything, as long as, you know, don't ask too many questions. Remember what I said about doing the legal thing? This is not the legal thing. No reason to be mean, or to lampshade what's likely meant as an open invitation for some crimes. I'm happy to see your enthusiasm for Arcade Spirits, but I think we can handle this. Sorry you can't play your favorite game right now. It'll be fixed soon. The gamer shrugs it off, not too offended. School. Just figured I'd offer. I dig this place. It's got a little bit of everything I like. Especially all that sweet PvP and esports stuff you got. Now, I could swear that I've said the word ass in this game. I'm pretty sure ass has shown up. So I don't know why this is censored here. Taking names is my jam. I'll just come back later to wow all the ladies with my hot style. Later. That was odd. But as he fades back into the crowd, yeah, so that logo was on all of those people when we were at Deco's Palace. Every single NPC that popped up while we were there. I guess I could say background character instead of NPC because literally we're the only person here that's on NPC because we're the player character. Yeah, so as he fades into the crowd, I decide to move on. Where should I visit next? Arcade Newbie. This is actually a good thing because this should be very, very good. Near the center of the arcade, Ashley is showing off her new cosplay to Queen Bee. Wow. Just wow. It is a nice cosplay. She's been keeping it a total surprise from all of us, working in secret on it. Impressive stuff. It seems to have attracted the attention of a brand new customer. At least. Hey, look kid, a real life in the wild newbie.
Hiya.
Welcome to Arcade Spirits. We're so happy to have you here join us for the opening day. Thanks. Child, yes, you, young one. Tell Zal here what you told us. That I've, never used a joystick before in my life. I mean, I've mostly been to Deco's Palace or played games on my phone, touchscreens and stuff. That's all. I've never really been much of a gamer. But all my friends are here today, so I was figuring I might try one out.
Whoa.
Never. Not even once played on a joystick. Can you believe it? Yes. We've all been there. No point in flaunting them for it now. Oh, sorry, faulting them for it now. Aw, that's just so cute. Ah, to be young and innocent again. Having never held a joystick in your hand, waggled it, just gripping at the top, slamming down on those spheroid objects next to it, making sure you hit them real hard to complete your combos in time. Otherwise, you don't get that final kill. And don't worry at all. Arcade Spirits is the right place to learn. We're a friendly, inviting sort of arcade. No mad skills required. Skills, of course, spelled with a Z. Here, it's all about having fun. Unless you're on the streamer deck, in which case... Oh yeah, and you know what's super fun? Learning how to play Fist of Discomfort. Trust me. Want to go a few rounds? I'll even spot you some tokens. God, you're gonna make me, like, choose something for him to play, aren't you? Seeing Queen Bee's con, Ashley quickly tries to offer something else.
Nah.
Or you could join me for a round or two of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Nothing like a friendly, cooperative brawler game to ease you into things.
Nope, no way.
Best way to learn is to jump headfirst into the deep end, I say. No regrets, just mashing buttons and moving that joystick. Don't. Fist of Discomfort is not the way to learn a game. Or is not a game to start on, probably. And when you're starting with the hottest title, you've got a built-in community to learn from, right at your fingertips. But turtles. Turtles who are ninjas. And they're teenagers. Looks like I might need to jump in and persuade this kid to choose a game. It looked like a deer trapped in headlights. Stuck in the crossfire. honestly, in all honesty, I played loads of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We had a skate rink nearby that the elementary school would always have a skate night that you'd go to. You'd get, a little thing that's specifically for it. And I remember doing that. This was, of course, more than 20 years ago. Wow. You never really think about that, do you? A lot of things ended around 20 years ago, didn't they? But what I was saying is, so there'd be a roller rink, and we would go and we would do things like do the roller skating basically in a big circle, and I was never good at it at all. So I never really had the best time. So I would spend some of my time in the concessions area where there was a couple arcade games set up, one of which was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. I had a blast playing that game. But honestly, yeah, friendly fun, Ashley would be right. But Queen Bee is right for this kid. No guts, no glory. Fist of Discomfort is the heart of any arcade scene. And there's no better teacher than Queen Bee of the Four Heavenly Kings. On cue, Queen Bee strikes a pose. The standard one where you're laughing into the back of your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. You will become my very young apprentice. I shall name you Darth Newbie. Terrible, terrible name. I mean, come on. Like, that's not even... That is actually worse than the canonically worst name for a Sith, which was Darth Batty. Or the character whose last name was Scumbagano. Hey, go easy on that kid, yeah? They're not fodder. Yeah, I promise not to whip him too badly. Come on, let me show you the ropes. Ropes? There are ropes involved? Ah, jeez. That poor newbie.
Oh my!
This is gonna be brutal, but also super fun to watch. Like Gallagher smashing watermelons. You remember Gallagher? Do people know about Gallagher anymore? Like, he did stuff. I don't remember what. I could swear that he was, like, a comedian at one point. But I don't remember any of his stuff being funny. Kind of like how Carrot Top was a comedian at one point, and then just got really muscly. For some reason. Remember Carrot Top? Like, prop humor. That was what that was. It's not the worst humor. And, Gallagher was based a little more about the shock of, oh hey, everybody's gonna see a watermelon get hit with a giant mallet. Watch how funny that's not really a funny thing, it's just a surprise. I'm gonna go watch the slaughter and then wander the floor. doing the good old meet and greet. You know, that thing I should have been doing this whole time. Tending to the floor, just like the old days. It's good for the manager to be out and about on opening day, right? That's the spirit. See ya out there. Time for me to move on. There was only one other option. Let's take a look at the, wow, new backdrop. New location. Anything else we need to worry about seeing here? Not really. Seeing as we decided to open a new arcade and restaurant in time for the lunch rush, it's difficult to spot Gavin and Percy in the crowd. But I managed to find them having sandwiches and chatting. Well, good. I like that these two get along. Tanked. Completely tanked. Oh no. One of his stocks.
Much obliged.
I'm glad for your little tip. I was ready to invest a good chunk of my pocketbook in that company. All my hard work would have tanked right alongside it. This is par for the course when my siblings snatch up technology companies. It's a pump and dump. In essence, they stir up excitement in the acquisition, then drop it once it goes cold. God, this feels so familiar. Oh man, if only we would have played this game at the start of the year. This game came out 2 years ago. I've never seen one of their endeavors bear fruit for very long, thanks to their short attention spans. I'm glad I could save you the heartache.
Apologies.
No offense. I forgot about that too. I think I can handle a few accidental heart-related puns without going into cardiac arrest, my good fellow. But it's good to avoid a pothole in the road of finance, yes? All the better for the charities who will eventually profit from my own loss. I approach them in what seems to be a natural lull in the conversation, although talk of finances is in of itself quite a downer. So, stock market talk?
Ah, indeed.
I like to do my trades in the morning before I come to the arcade. Get all that bother over with so I can focus on Moopy. Afraid we're being astoundingly boring at the moment, so I'll just two overly serious gentlemen talking about finance. Let's see, this is still cold. Well, cold-ish. That does feel good. That's fine. I'm adulting at 110% efficiency today, having started a new business myself. I should probably learn about how, money works. Is it true I can use a stick to get things from people? Oh, what would you like to know about? Yeah, investments. I'd like to invest in our future. Think long term, you know? Surviving for many years to come, rather than jumping at the easiest profit I can. Any tips? A fine view to take. My own investments are preferably long term. Yes, I make moment to moment trades, but they're backed by the stability of stock bedrock. Even after I've gone, I expect many of those to cash out gradually. And I've hired a phalanx of lawyers to carry out my wishes over the next, 30 years. Gavin, how about I show you my portfolio? You're talking to me, not Gavin. Give you some ideas for how to build up a nest egg for arcade spirits.
Thank you.
I'd be honored. I'll let you two handle the fine details. I wanted to know this. The two sink deeper and deeper into conversation about currency exchanges, fiscal policy, tax rate changes, and I start to lose consciousness. I admire their passion, but there's only so much adulting I can handle in one day, and I need to reserve some for later. It's then I notice raised voices at a nearby table. Oh, I remember this person. They were the one that wanted to play Moopy. It's not really an altercation or an incident yet, but they are talking a bit louder than the others. Miss, I've run your credit card twice, and it was declined twice.
Man, this sucks.
Run it again, I'm telling you. It was working just fine earlier. I got tokens using it, see? See these tokens? Sensing an opportunity to provide excellent customer service and further improve my adulting chops, I step in to help. Hello, good morning. I'm the manager here. Can I be of some assistance? Yes, me, definitely me. Managerial me. You remember me. She looks awfully familiar. Have we met before? Oh, right. I invited her to check out my arcade, didn't I? Guess that's why she's here.
What's up?
Hey, good to see you. Love what you've done with this place. Just love it. But, something's wrong with your credit card readers? My card's legit. I was using it earlier with no issues. But now it's all messed up and stuff. Can you help? I can pay cash if I gotta. I'm not trying to duck and run on you, but I really prefer to use the card. No, yeah, we're gonna try to run the card because, kinda strange your card isn't working. Not sure I really want to go too far with this. Better to trust the machines designed to verify transactions instead. I'll stick to the standard policy on this one. Yeah, we try the card again. I'm sure it was just a momentary outage. Okay. She fidgets a bit, checking her smartwatch briefly, before passing the card over to be tested again. Like, clearly you got tokens. So, the card had something on it earlier. You're probably just waiting on a deposit. With a shrug, our employee passes it through the portable card reader again, and this time, it beeps to indicate success. See? No problem. No problem at all. Hey, thanks for your help. Big thanks. I'm really looking forward to playing these games. I can't believe how much sweet retro stuff you have. Happy to help. Like, honestly, it does make sense sometimes. Sometimes the machine doesn't work. Sometimes you have to get an email from the bank saying, hey, you spent $150 on game tokens. We're locking your card. Oh, what? You're using it for lunch right now and you're actually spent $150 on game tokens? Okay, I guess we'll unlock your card now. With that matter settled, it's back to wandering the arcade. Where to next? But before I can continue my wanderings, Gavin pops up. I was just in the restaurant with Gavin. Stop whatever you're doing and look towards the doors without making it look like you're looking for anyone in specific. What? Okay. What am I pretending not to be looking for? Miss Jean de Fame. I have no idea who that is. The top arcade critic in the city. Her reviews can make or break an arcade, easily. I didn't think she'd be coming today, as normally some little independent arcade is beneath her interests. But apparently she's made an exception. If we don't want to end up smeared across every website she writes for, I suggest you go play nice and show her all the positives of arcade spirits. Wouldn't it be better if she got a more authentic experience of the area rather than a curated one? Alright, I guess I'm on it. Best foot forward. She's the redhead near the entrance, with the handbag. Best of luck. I easily spot her thanks to Gavin's cues. Considering this morning lacked the usual chaos I experienced on my first day at the Funplex, I'd say we're off to a great start. I'm sure this reviewer will appreciate that. Wearing my most professional smile, I stroll over to the entrance. Ah. Her. You. I remember you. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. My dear, wonderful Josh had a miserable time in your arcade at that birthday party. You claimed my Josh wasn't smart enough to know how coin slots work. He wasn't. Well, this arcade was fun while it lasted. Might as well burn it down to the ashes and build a new arcade on the ashes 100 years from now, after all of this blows over. Before I can try to defend myself, she holds up a hand to stop me. Now, while I seriously question the wisdom of allowing you to run an arcade, and would love nothing more than to give you 0 stars and walk away immediately, I am unfortunately committed by ethical standards to stay and properly review your establishment in a relatively unbiased fashion. So as unpleasant as this may be for both of us, I suggest we remain professional, even if you've dug yourself a rather deep hole to climb out of, in my view. Understood? Even if I want to go on a tirade or chew her out, I've got to think of the arcade. This isn't some rando angry parent. Not this time. It felt like chewing ground glass, but I need to swallow my pride on this. Understood. Excellent. What I need from you now is to stay out of my way. No special treatment or consideration. I need to observe your arcade as a disinterested outside party, so that I can judge your facility and atmosphere. Fantastic, that's what I was going to do in the first place. But rest assured, if I see some egregious mistake, I will bring it to your attention. Pointedly. My readers, likewise, will become very aware of your shortcomings. I do my best to support consumer activism, and that requires absolute honesty in any difficulties I observe. So, until such a time as I require you, I suggest we speak no further. Agreed? Sure, fine. As you were then. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Now I don't have to worry about talking to her at all. Not only does she hate... Oh, sorry, that was sarcastic. Not only does she hate us right off the bat, but I can't even leap to the defense of what we've built here without antagonizing her further. I may need to talk with Gavin about how to save Arcade Spirits from an inevitable negative review. Nothing else I can do now but pray to the arcade gods that everything from here goes perfectly. Once again I wander the floor, but this time, while it's all smiles and pleasantries on the outside, I'm left all alone battling my thoughts. This is certainly not helping my anxiety, mind you. But under a magnifying glass means anything that can go wrong will go wrong being under a magnifying glass means anything that can go wrong will go wrong in a spectacular fashion, reported on across every arcade enthusiast website in existence. Wait, no, stop. Bad thinking. Don't assume things will go wrong. Besides, this morning wasn't too eventful. Who's to say the afternoon will be a disaster? And then the afternoon was a disaster. Can't really say that was uncalled for. I knew I had spoken too soon the second I saw Gavin approaching me, with a tinge of worry furrowing his brow.
Utterly ridiculous.
It shouldn't be possible for us to be out of nachos in the vending machines this fast. And yet, we are. Cool, that means we just have to stock up more nachos. I have receipts for ordering exactly enough to fill them up. And yet there were only a few bags in there. A missed delivery, perhaps? And that was the least of our problems. So, we've got an electrical problem. Oh, that's actually big. We 3 of the retro games have shorted out. I don't understand. I tested the power supplies. Outright rebuilt a few of them. Unless someone's seriously scuffing their sneakers and shocking the coin boxes, we're talking a failure somewhere in our electrical wiring. Calamity after catastrophe, they just keep piling up. This is probably going to be Ashley, and I don't know what the complaint's going to be.
What?
All of the toilets stopped working. All of them. At once. We need to call a plumber fast, and not the one that jumps on turtles. Anxiety rising. What are we going to do? This doesn't make any sense.
Well.
I'm freaking out. I'll admit that. I'm freaking out. Maybe we should close down for the day? Iron out the wrinkles, try again tomorrow? So, I don't want to close down for the day. We've made a declaration that today was the opening day, and we will be open today. I have built so much of myself around holding to words. I told myself that I would start streaming on a day, and I started on that day. It did not matter what was going on. I gave a start point. Like, sure, I didn't do the whole debut thing that some VTubers do, and some don't, because, frankly, I'm just a person, realistically. I'm a person like anybody else. If I had a webcam on, you'd see my face. You'd see the room behind me. I'd still be doing this. The only thing this offers me is a chance to be less intrusive for the most part, and then I can do something like I'm trying to find the thing that I want to do, which is can I duplicate that? Yeah, I can. Cool. And I can do this, and now there's 2 of me. And I can just make this one go really big, so I can be like, hey guys, how's everyone doing? And I'll hide that one and be like, ooh, now I'm over here, and now I'm over here. I'm not great. I'm hey look, now I'm in the game, blah 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 blah. But I'm just a person. I don't know everything. I don't know a lot of things. There's a lot of things that I try and see if I can get this to work or not. And honestly, thanks for putting up with me. I know I'm not the best. I'm not even like the best looking character, because this is literally just one of the models that you can use with the service, the program. And I'm working on getting a different model, and I found some things that look kind of correct. I just need to find a way to put it into art, which I can't physically do. I've tried, I really have, and I just can't do it. So I need to find somebody who can. All right, I'm gonna switch back to the one in the chair. Yeah, this one. And then I'll just remove this. Just delete. There it is. Remove. Yes. All right. Back to down here. I didn't move this one because I don't want to have to reset where I am in the chair after moving myself. All right. Yeah. So I am a stickler for things like words and actions and making sure you're holding yourself to what you do. Oh, I actually, just read the screen on that for the high scores. It was for the Showtime stage. That was an interesting little thing to see. We'll wait until it comes around again. I'll keep talking though, because yeah, I like to hold myself to this thing because if I say something and then back out, what's that say about me? That means I can't be trusted with what I'm doing. That's why I don't like setting a schedule like what we have right here and then going against it. Yesterday when we started it, okay, here it is. So it's Showtime stage, but it's the Megalovania remix. Or is it the Mega Nova remix? I think it's Mega Nova, not Megalovania. That would have been better, but Megalovania is a little more copyrighted than Mega Nova. So maybe I was just adding letters that weren't there. Oh well. Alright, back to this game. We are hastily losing our grip on things, and if I don't say anything, we may as well call it quits. We gotta give commands. No, we are not giving in just because a few bugs in the system. We are the Funplex Expatriates, the proud crew of Arcade Spirits. Did we give up when Deco came knocking? Hell no! We are not giving up now. I want to hear some solutions. Talk to me, Ashley. The group exchanges nervous glances, then, thankfully, stops to breathe. And think.
Ooh.
I will become the plumber we need. I mean, not exactly, but I'll grab a plunger and do what I can. We'll have to close down the bathrooms for now, but I'm sure we can convince one of our neighbors to loan us theirs. Maybe. I'll check next door with them before I go do battle with our demonically possessed toilets. Who'd have thunk opening a burger and wings joint would cause bathroom distress? And while I'd say this vending machine issue is human error, I have enough faith in my own error checking to say this human is not responsible. I'll make some calls with our distributors and see where the chain broke down. Also, see about ordering some quick replacement stock. Mine's a bit more complex. I need to find the fried power supplies, but I can't do that. Oh, sorry, but I can do that. I can do most of those today. Sorry, replace the fried power supplies. Meanwhile, I'll put a feeler out in the indie arcade community online, see if we can get an electrician with arcade experience out here quickly. I've been meaning to get back into online groups, and even if it means popping my head up in a crowd, I'll do it. Okay, good solutions, people, good solutions. I won't be able to work the floor while I'm taming our restroom, Saul. Are you good with covering for me? Yes? Things seem to get pretty intense as the day picks up. You three focus on your tasks. I may be the boss, but I was a floor attendant originally. I can handle whatever Arcade Spirits throws at me. The roof is about to collapse, isn't it? Someone's gonna, be dancing on the stage, and a roof panel's gonna fall, and they're gonna break their leg. Got it? Gotcha! But I'm changing out of this first. I don't want to get poo water all over our new mascot. Toodles. Oh, sorry. Toodles is not the name of the mascot. I'm on it. You can count on me. I don't know if Naomi's put our argument behind her or if she's just too focused on what's happening now to really linger on it. I know I'm too focused myself, even if I do have a lingering worry. With all three busy, that leaves me in charge of every problem that may emerge for the rest of the afternoon. No way to tap out with someone to help me with these situations. I need to work fast to hit every problem before it's too late. Can't leave any stones unturned this time. No risk of letting something spiral out of control. But I'm ready. I mean, I have to be. No choice. Feeling freshly invigorated, I start my floor trek. There are problems all around me. What should I tackle first? Cursing and bang as someone beats up a machine. Queen bee cursing up a storm, like more than usual. Or the video wall keeps showing pictures of bunnies. These two are important. That one not so much. So if I have to make a choice, property damage and mainframe hacking. Property damage first. I hear the clang and bang of someone assaulting a cabinet. Sorry. What? Oh, things must have changed. Sorry. As I hear the clang and bang of someone assaulting a cabinet, I see Percy holding up a finger to grab my attention. I motion for him to join me, and he does. Thank goodness. I tried to grab Ashley, but she was in a hurry, brandishing a plunger like it was some sword. There's so much going on right now. What's happening? Some hooligan's working his way down the retro games, yelling at them and smacking around the joysticks like they're speed bags. I swear he was going to knock over a joust. That's how hard he was shoving that cabinet. People have been avoiding going near him ever since he started raging out. It's causing quite a scene. I'll take care of it, Percy. Thanks. Be careful, love. I don't like the looks of this one. He places a hand on my shoulder in solidarity before leaving. This happens more often than you'd think. Someone getting mad at a game, they start smacking the cabinet around. Unlike pinball, which will go into tilt mode to punish you, the only justice to be found here is my justice. I'm the arcade law. Ah. If they would just use different symbols every time they censor a word, I could differentiate between what the words are. Oh, piece of garbage game. I totally jumped over that barrel. Stupid monkey and his stupid barrels. It's easy to replace swear words. It is. So, clearly you were playing Donkey Kong, and I've played Donkey Kong. The barrels are not the problem. Even if, well, I'm a little less than eager to bring the law down on this guy. I'm in awe of the size of this lad. He probably eats 6 whole hams for breakfast and bench presses pickup trucks for fun. I do not get that from this art. But I know my duty and what I must do. You have to give them a warning. Just telling him to leave, not gonna work. The first time. He does it again, absolutely tell him to leave. Sir, I need to ask you to stop that immediately. We have a strict policy against damaging our games. I need you to stop that immediately. And who the hell are you, huh? Oh, good, just what I needed right now. In the corner of my eye, I spot Lady, Miss Defame, watching. I'd better stay cool. I am the manager here. I have the right to eject any customer abusing the games. I suggest you play nicely if you want to stay in arcade spirits. Understood, sir. You little... But oddly, his attention is diverted to something or someone behind me. It's only for a couple seconds, but his whole demeanor changes after that. Fine. He storms off, deciding he'd rather have the last word than argue it further. I turned to see who or what exactly changed his mind with a sharp glance. But the crowd's too thick. Whoever or whatever it was is gone now. And Mrs. Defame returns to the crowd, without a comment, hopefully quietly approving of my law bringing. That was Odd, but I guess a win is a win. Now, what problem to address next? Somebody's hacking the video feed. We need to fix that. The retro television-based video wall is an idea I came up with during renovations. Naomi runs the whole thing off a cheap mini computer too. Practical and inexpensive, and it gives it just the perfect amount of flair. And I've been pretty proud of it up until this moment. For some reason, it's showing a nature documentary about cute and fluffy bunnies instead of retro music videos and arcade high scores. Not that bunnies are a bad thing necessarily. There are so many worse things it could be playing. But it's still not playing what I want it to play. And we didn't pay BBC the rights to show this video. Something's amiss. As I'm hunting around for the remote control we keep at the prize desk, Teo approaches. Bunnies, huh? Yup, bunnies. Interesting choice, Sal. Not my choice, Teo. I'll have it fixed in a minute. Okay, cool. I was wondering if we suddenly experienced a paradigm shift in arcade theming or something. The bunnies are really cute, though. Grabbing the remote, I flick back to channel 3, which should take the remote feed from Naomi's system, and it flips back to the bunnies on channel 5 a few seconds later. Somebody has an extra remote. Persistent, aren't they? Almost like the rabbits themselves. So I click back to channel 3, and nope, once again it reverts back to 5. Clearly, we are dealing with a master hacker, one who can modify Naomi's system despite having no physical access to it. An individual capable of truly hacking the planet. Yeah. Or it's just a prankster with a universal TV remote. I got one of those myself. Helps me turn off overly loud TVs in bars, which drown out the beats of whatever game I'm playing. You're that kind of person, huh? Not that I would ever do that, mind you. Just in case. But with great power comes great responsibility. And your uncle dying. Make sure your uncle dies before you get that great responsibility. And clearly whoever's forcing us to watch this lacks the latter. How about I subtly check the crowd to see if anybody's got a clear line of sight and is pointing a gadget at the video wall each time you change it. I'm strapped for help, so I'm not going to deny Teo's offer. Sure, go for it. The war for remote control continues for another minute. Back and forth from music videos to documentaries about rabbits. Still, not the worst thing to have. And now it's showing the mating. Now it's bad. Which I'm seriously hoping does not count as pornography, or it will be yet another black mark against us with a certain arcade critic. It's only been a few moments, but it feels like an eternity of copulating lagomorphs before Teo returns. Found him. Orange jacket standing near the pinball section. Thanks, Teo. No worries. Anything for you, Zal. I roll up the sleeves on my hoodie, ready to put an end to this. Wait a minute, isn't that the arcade newbie from earlier? They didn't seem like a troublemaker at the time. What's going on here? No, it's definitely this kid. I can see the tiny plastic gadget in their hand briefly before they pocket it. Perhaps noticing my approach, the teenager rolls stealth and gets a natural 1, resulting in an awkward, obvious attempt to look like an unimportant part of the crowd. Hey! Didn't do anything! Hi, good to see you again. What's up? How are things? Given this living bundle of nervousness, I'm not sure how I feel like coming down on like a ton of bricks on the poor kid. But rules are rules, right? Would you kindly stop doing that? I'm sorry, but I know you're the one changing the TV channel. I'm not. I mean, you are. It's okay. It's not really a big deal, but if you kindly stop doing that from now on, we can let this go. It's not like you did anything seriously wrong, okay? Just stop changing the channel. Okay, sorry. I wasn't trying to cause trouble. I mean, I was. But, never mind. I'll stop. Thank you, bye. And they're gone, slipping back into the crowd. So hopefully, this screen won't change to bunnies now. That was weird. What's going on here? I decide to look around a bit more, hoping for some clues. What trouble should I investigate next? Well, there's only one option. Are you kidding me? Queen Bee casts a sharp glare at someone who's about to play the idle Fist of Discomfort machine she's guarding, dissuading them. And looks down at her phone again, frantically keying in command. Right. That's sorted out. What's going on?
What the f?
Some jerk tried to hijack my streaming account. I don't get it. Naomi and I put together those dinky mini computers to stream game videos ourselves. I made the security recommendations myself to avoid this sort of thing. But it looks like our new experimental tech to allow celebs like me to walk up to a game and start streaming has a few holes. We probably should have made sure to check that before day one. I stepped away for a few minutes to hit the bathroom, which is a disaster zone, by the way, and got an alert on my phone that someone tried to log into my account. They didn't count on my two-factor authentication, at least. Oh yeah, always set up two-factor. Definitely worth it. I'll admit I'm not Silicon literate enough to know how the streaming rigs these two came up with works. I just allocated some R&D funds for them to make it happen. The specifics are beyond me. She just keeps popping in. Apparently the trouble's drawn the attention of the ever-watchful Ms. Defame. Wonderful. Okay, Naomi's busy fixing up power supplies. But grab her and ask her to turn off the streaming add-on for now, just until we sort this out. Great. Just great. That's a day of streaming down the drain. But it beats leaving a security hole wide open. We'll figure this out later. I didn't even select a thing to talk about. With Naomi busy and Ashley battling toilets, I've only one option to turn to for technological assistance. Iris, can you check the security camera footage? See who messed with the Fist of Discomfort machine while Queen Bee wasn't looking? Maybe that'll help.
Iris, online.
Already on it. I've been analyzing the video feeds ever since she mentioned hacking was afoot. Nobody hacks my friends and gets away with it, except me. I'll hack my friends till the cows come home. It looks like the next person to approach the machine was a tall man with blue sunglasses. You think he did it? He accessed the USB slot streamers use to log into our new tech, but wasn't streaming anything, or even playing the game. He just plugged in a small device, waited, then left. From the access logs, I'd say he's our culprit. I'm on it. Thanks, Iris. Is the device still in the machine? It didn't take long to track the guy down. For starters, there's his rather unique fashion sense. Also, he's plugging it into another of our stream-friendly games without playing it. That's an extremely obvious tell. Kinda hard to give him the benefit of the doubt or even a second chance. He clearly broke the rules of the arcade. Although he looks like the sort who could break me if I broke the news to him badly. I should choose my words wisely, ones that involve me staying in one piece. Sir, I'm afraid I need to ask you to leave. Like, I don't need to, be cheeky about this. A lot of these just feel like straightforward. Don't do this. Please be better. And this one is, sir, I'm the manager of this arcade, and I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. Now. Immediately, he straightens up, looming large over me, in rather threatening fashion. I'm sorry, what was that, manager? You're telling me to leave? Yes. At first, I think he's going to bounce me off the door, instead of bouncing himself. But with a growl, he backs down. Fine. It's your call, buddy. Yours alone. And he walks out the door. Without another word, I'm left in a state of utter confusion as our exchange. I feel that should have been an at. That seemed suspiciously easy. But a win is a win? With that in the bag, I quickly look around to see if there's any other nearby problems. Before I can continue my quest to purge my arcade of evildoers, I'm interrupted by an onslaught of my hard-working staff. Alright, Gavin, I need you to start working on power supplies. Naomi, you go plunge the toilets. And Ashley, Ashley trying to restock the machines is probably still within her purview. I knew it, Zal. About a missing inventory.
Oh.
When I get my hands on whoever did this, I found the electrical problem, Zal. Sabotage and treason. Enemy agent walks among It was all three of those, weren't it? Well, wasn't it? Everybody that's had those little. No, because the one girl had the little ghost marker and she was fine. Probably. Wait. Okay. So we have some insight on what's causing all these messes. But it's a chaotic jumble right now. One at a time, please. Our suspiciously low snack inventory was indeed not human error. The delivery truck never arrived here. It was routed to a garbage dump due to computer error, or, as I suspect, malfeasance. And malfeasance explains our electrical problems too. Remember my joke about someone scuffing their feet and shocking the coin boxes? Nope, that's actually what happened. An external shock, not a grid failure. So, like if somebody were to plug a USB stick into a coin slot that's set up as like a kill switch. I think they made one of those once out of a barbecue lighter because those things are just basically like a spark machine. Someone's got a battery or some other shock prod and is using it to crash games. Must be the same person who flushed a bunch of wadded up paper towels and firecrackers down the toilets. It's a war zone in there. I was able to dredge up one super gross chunk of it, but we'll need a professional plumber to get the rest. This is all sounding way too suspicious to be random acts of hooliganism. And it also ties to what I've been handling on the floor. I've had to deal with pranksters all afternoon, too. Even had to kick a few of them out the door. I had to kick one of them out the door. I've been so busy playing firefighter, running from blaze to blaze with a leaky bucket, that I haven't been able to notice to put the pieces together. But it's clear. And I know what I must do. I know what this situation is. Alright, that tears it. No more Mr. Nice Bag. The gloves are coming off. But you aren't wearing gloves. Do you want to borrow mine so you can take them off? No. Humans can deglove at any time. You have to be very careful. Also, do not look up degloving. Please, for the love of God, don't do it. Ashley, focus. So you have an idea who's responsible? Yeah, leave this to me. I've come to kick ass and chew bubblegum. And I'm all out of gum. See, we can clearly say the word ass. Oh, here, have some of mine. Ashley, no. Thank you. With a shrug, I pop it in my mouth, turn on my heel, and march off to resume ass-kicking anyway. And with a nod of solidarity, all of us split up, each on our own mission to thwart the ne'er-do-wells. I'm not particularly thrilled to begin this confrontation. My nerves haven't stopped jangling since this morning. But, well, my friends are counting on me to lead, to be the responsible one. I can't foist this off onto Gavin like I might have done at the Funplex. Finding my quarry isn't particularly difficult. She's been in the background the whole time, watching and waiting as I run around trying to put a lid on the mayhem. Her eyes study me as I approach, grinning ear to ear.
Hiya. Hi. Hello there.
Yeah. Hi, kid.
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah. Can't say I understand the why, but at least I know the who. Here's a hint. Rose patch. The matching fashion style was a pretty big clue.
I guess a formal introduction's in order. Yeah, okay. The name's Sue. Natural-born leader. Hacker extraordinaire. And leader of the Ghost Monsters. The hottest gang on these streets.
Oh, wait, you're not actually employed by Deco?
Pleased to meet ya.
I mean, that makes sense, the whole, all the ghost things, but she playfully curtsies, her wicked smile never ceasing.
And yeah, I guess my friends were a little wild and crazy, leaning a bit heavy on the pranks.
Let's see. I think only one of them may have actually constituted a prank. And that's the one that was changing the TV. Everything else was property damage and, like, actual crime.
And okay, you booted some of us out. Not all, just some. That's cool, I mean, it's your house and your rules. You're the sheriff here and you lay down the law. And I respect that. Let me make it up to you, okay?
Sue steps back and taps a button on her smartwatch. And from the crowd of gamers, her whole gang assembles. All 4 of them. Even the ones I told to get lost. Gang, this is... What's your name again? Mr. Bag. Gang, this is Zal. Zal, this is Inky, Blinky, Pinky, and Clyde. Of course. Of course they are the ghosts from Pac-Man. Why wouldn't they be? They have the color scheme. And they're ghosts. Now then. She turns to face her ghost monsters. You were all very, very naughty. And I'd say he's owed an apology. A big fat I'm sorry from each of you. Don't you agree? No, I actually need an I'm sorry from 4 out of the 5 people here. He actually did apologize, so I'm fine with that. Each of them mumbles a semi-coherent, semi-sincere apology. Yeah, whatever, sorry. Real sorry. Gosh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Bag. I'm really sorry. He's actually really sorry. When they finish, Sue faces me once again.
There. Everybody's sorry, which means everybody's forgiven. Correct?
No?
Because, and this is me being real with you, I like this arcade. I really do. It beats the crap out of Deco's palace, that's for sure. I can easily see this being our new home, you know? I admire what you've done with the place. It's totally awesome, and I'm really looking forward to coming back. Again and again.
You know, I didn't really have a problem with her in general.
I definitely don't want to end our first day here on a sour note. No. I'm so glad we can communicate like adults. Apologize for being naughty and move on. Now, okay, we may still ruffle a few feathers while we're here, but that's cool, right? I'm sure you understand that it's all fun and games. Nothing personal.
There were 3 acts of malicious intent. It's very personal.
So, what do you say, friend? All's forgiven?
No. I paused, taking in everything Sue rambled on about. Let me get this straight. You scare our customers, mess with our television sets, smash up and short circuit our games, clog our toilets, redirect our mail orders, come back here after I explicitly told you to get lost, try to hijack Queen Bee's streaming account, her livelihood, and you want me to smile and let you come back tomorrow? My words barely faze her, that grin still lingering. Yeah, that sounds about right. I love this arcade and I think we could be great friends. What do you say, partner? Waiting for my response, she holds out a fist to bump. So again, aside from the fact that everything was done on her behest, which I cannot prove in a court of law, I had no issues with her. We ran her card. That was the only problem. It just needed to be run again. I personally have had issues where my card doesn't run multiple times. And I know that there's money on it. I know it's good. The problem was, Inky caused an actual security issue. And I don't know which one was the one that was shorting the power supplies, and I don't know who put fireworks into our bathrooms, and I don't know who redirected a delivery. Who would have had the power to redirect a delivery? But because of the person that I am, if you truly love this arcade, you have to stop causing problems. Or, rules are rules. If you can respect them, you can stay. That's the one. You can't claim you didn't know the rules. Obviously, you knew them, and you broke them. It's a simple, clear-cut fact. I don't know why you caused so many problems, if you claim to honestly love our arcade, but regardless, that has to stop. If you can follow the letter and spirit of the law, I'll let you come back. Banning you is effectively the same thing as allowing you in, provided that you play nice. Either way, no more trouble happens. That's all I want. No more trouble. So, allowing you in, provided that you play nice. So, can you promise me you'll obey the rules of the road?
No helping it.
I wish I could, but promises are a pretty strong thing to ask for, you know? Yeah, so are laws. And frankly, it's a lot easier to get a handle on someone when I deal with promises instead of dealing with legal actions. Something's wrong here. I can tell when someone's being sincere with me. She's clearly genuine about wanting to come back, but seems conflicted. How hard is it to not hack machines and run wild? Why would that be She's not the one in charge. She's a number 2. My offer's on the table. No negotiation. Obey the rules and we're fine. I can forgive today's mess as a sign of good faith. But break the rules again, and I'm getting the police involved. Understood? Sue raises an eyebrow at that.
Whoa, put the brakes on. Bad idea, friend. Really bad idea. You don't want to even think about getting the cops involved in this. No.
Oh, really? And why would that be, Sue?
Because, and this is me being honest with you because we're on such good terms, it won't do you any good. We'll be out and back on the streets within a day.
Sure. And then I'll get them back here the next day.
We've got friends in high places. We don't sell drugs or weapons. We sell information. And information, as a currency, is far more valuable than what other gangs trade in.
Yeah. And you know who buys information? Deco Nami.
So if we're doing this, we don't involve the pigs. Any problems, you come to me direct. That's my rule. Break that rule. And, well...
Cool. I'm glad you're in agreement of having rules and securely agreeing that they shouldn't be broken.
You don't want to see what I can do with the push of a single button.
So now you're threatening me?
I'm just telling you how it is. What you do now is entirely up to you.
Before she can continue her tirade, we're rather rudely interrupted, presumably by Miss Defame. Oh. I'll accept this. This is different. Oh. This is much different. Oi, Sue. What the hell you doing here? The thick tension that surrounded us melts away, redirected to the new challenger. All eyes glare towards them. Oh, great. Okay, Sal, hold that thought. I've got business to attend to. Damn right you do. Ghost monsters don't operate south of 23rd Street. You damn well know this is lovely chainsaw territory. Get lost or get tossed. If I wasn't confused before, I sure as heck am now. all I can do is watch this unfurl before me. With a clap, Sue summons her buddies to her sides. I'm sorry, south of what? I don't recall signing any non-compete agreement with you darlings.
Ghost monsters for life!
Oh, ghost monsters? This locker room gossip queen is disrespecting your fearless leader. What do you say to that? Nobody disses Sue on my watch. Nobody. Yeah, and I ain't scared to hit a chick. I'm an equal opportunity, socially maladjusted individual. Can you have this fight anywhere but here? Think you've got your answers, ladies? Now then, let's rumble. God. Well, to their credit, they didn't throw the first punch. But we're talking hand and shoot first levels of moral high ground here. Immediately, the ghost monsters and the lovely chainsaw are at each other's throats. Grappling, punching, everybody's getting removed. Everybody's gone. I can't do anything about this. A baseball bat gets swung and clangs off the side of a racing game. Sorry, I was having trouble listening to myself think right now. I had to turn that down for a second. I can still hear it. I just turned it down for you guys. I'm gonna turn it back up now. Soda cans are thrown, someone uproots a chair near the snack machine, and that goes flying too. It's chaos. Complete and utter chaos. And it needs to stop. Now. Iris! Already calling the cops, all. As for me, it's funny, when you start the day anxious about what the future may bring, once that future goes completely to poop, well, that anxiety just fades away. There's something oddly freeing about seeing your world crumble around you. This fight is still going on. There's nothing left to fear. And that means I can swing into action, ready to face it. Priority 1, get the customers out. Gavin and Ashley are already on that. Good on them. I join in, trying to funnel the panicked crowd of kids and gamers out of the doors and away from the carnage. This way, hurry. In an orderly fashion, please. Out! Everybody out! The fight spills into the restaurant area. Fortunately, well after anybody eating there had bailed on the place. Just adds greasy french fries to the mix of crap being thrown through the air. Damn it. That's a gun. Until now, this has been the world's sloppiest barroom brawl. Teenagers flailing at each other wildly, generally wrecking the scene rather than each other. But now she's pulled out a gun. Not some arcade light gun, but a real-life shooting and killing gun. This isn't happening. This cannot be happening, but this 100% is happening. The leader of the lovely chainsaw gang raises her weapon and takes aim at Sue, trying to end this, but her target is conveniently tucked between Miss Defame and Percy. If I don't do something, like throw myself at the leader of the lovely chainsaws, someone is going to get hurt. Calm acceptance washes over me. This is how things will be. No helping it. One chance to do something good in the midst of all this chaos. I've already made my decision if it's an applicable choice. Time slows for me, like I'm trapped in a dream state. Pure instinct takes over, and I start running towards them. I know who's gonna be... I know who the target is. Yeah. Get down. I believe I got shot. Whoa. Holy hell, what did you... I was aiming for Sue. Yeah, now the cops are coming. Run for it. Stay cool and wipe the footage first. Do it. No. Yeah. No, this is the thing. I knew my options. I made my choice. I just wanted to make a dream for everyone to enjoy. That's all. Was that so wrong? It's what you would have done. It's what you did do, for all of us. But I guess no good deed goes unpunished, huh? The Bag family curse.
You've a strong spirit here. You'll get through this, I know you will. But for now, you best wake up. There's still more to be done.
Fortunately, Iris had already called the authorities. Slowly, very slowly, I open my eyes. I have just been shot, presumably? I don't know. I can only wager that's what the case is. The soft beeping of medical monitoring greets me, as well as an angel in white. Well, an angel in a white lab coat. So who's wearing the white lab coat? While there are no heavenly being, they do appear to be my doctor. Alright, armed with nothing more than a clipboard. I'm still a little hazy as they briefly explain the situation. Thanks to my wild theatrics, I startled the shooter enough that her bullet missed its intended target. And instead it went into my leg. Which hurts like hell, but apparently resulted in a surprisingly clean shot that I'll recover from in a few weeks. Easily. 2 days in the hospital, a week or two on crutches, some limping, then I'll be back to 100%. If it hit me in the leg, but it went clean through, does that mean it hit Miss Defame? I guess not. More importantly, nobody died. I can live with this momentarily pain if somebody else gets to live. Period. So, could have been better. Could have been worse. The doctor, having given me the report, leaves to treat their other patients. Before they do, they inform me I have a visitor. I hope it's either Naomi or Sue. At least there's a plus side. I just wonder who it is. Oh good, it's Naomi. I was anticipating either of those being the one to visit. She makes the most sense, Sue being the second most. Like, the second most likely person. When I look over to see who it is, I see Naomi standing there, tears streaming down her face. She rushes over to my side, embracing me in a hug.
Oh my, I was so scared.
Naomi, I'll be fine. It's like a Hollywood gunshot. I'll walk it off.
You were bleeding everywhere.
How do you get blood out of carpet? Blood isn't club soda. Blood's like, No. Okay, one of them is club soda. You don't bleach it out. Not of that color of the carpet. Okay, a larger than usual Hollywood gunshot wound, but the doctor said I'll be fine in a month or so. No big deal. trying to downplay the seriousness of it all does nothing to placate Naomi's frustration.
What? It is a big deal. How could you just toss your life away like that, jumping in front of a gun? How could you...
It didn't give me the option to jump on top of the person.
How could you try to protect people from harm? I can't criticize you for that. I just got so scared when I saw you bleeding on the floor. I mean, just hours before that, I was mad at you over a penguin statue of all things. It feels so silly in hindsight. I mean, if the last thing I'd ever said to you was in anger.
The last thing you said to me was definitely not in anger. Of course, now she's replaced her earlier anger with self-resentment. Not exactly an improvement. You stood up for what you believed in. It's okay, and I love you for that. Right or wrong doesn't matter. Angry words don't matter. What matters is your spirit. I'm never going to hate you for speaking your mind. And we can't always agree on everything. Arguments happen. They won't tear us apart. Not ever. I promise you that. Even when I'm yelling at you about a silly penguin? Well, I can't say I'd enjoy being yelled at about a silly penguin, but I don't think it's gonna make me abandon ship either. Naomi sighs and wipes away some tears. I can be very opinionated, let's say, but that doesn't mean I need to yell. It doesn't mean I need to be angry. I can stand up for myself without throwing a fit. I guess people in love argue from time to time. It's normal. But next time, I'll try to do it without the fireworks. And I'll promise not to get shot. As long as we remember that we love each other, no matter what, we can talk through any problem. It's gonna take a lot more than a little shouting about a penguin to make me break up with you, Sal. I think you're stuck with me for a long, long time. And I trust you to protect my dream. Even when you have to protect me from myself. I hate having to pull you back from that dream, though. You're not. You're helping me be realistic about things. Miss Francine was a dreamer, but she also tried to be realistic. I should aspire to be more like her. I guess I just freaked out a little bit when Gavin stepped in and stepped on my idea. Obviously, he doesn't care about my dream the way you do. And we're back on this Gavin versus Naomi run. When I was only a floor attendant, it wasn't my responsibility to sort that one out. But as the new boss, I think it's time to put this to bed. Yeah, none of that. He's a champion of arcade spirit, but he keeps tearing down everything I care about. He's trying to support everything you care about. Like today, he wanted to protect your dream by keeping your enthusiasm from landing us in legal hot water. It's not like he takes joy in having to do things like that, but he does them anyway, because he wants us to survive and thrive, to fight against people like Deco Nami and win. True, sometimes he lacks perspective, sometimes he goes too far. But that's why we need him to be there to work. That's why we need to be there to work with him instead of against him towards the future. Making arcade spirits soar is going to take all of our efforts. You, me, Gavin. And the rest. And we'll argue and clash, but in the end, we'll figure things out. Can you try to get along better with him, please? Try to understand him, instead of falling back on assuming he's a villain. Okay, for you I can try. The and the rest bit was a callback to Gilligan's Island, where when they initially... I guess when they initially did the first season, they didn't have I think they had the names of the characters for the Professor and Marianne, who were the last two characters that they didn't list. So they just went, and the rest, even though it was only 2 people. I'd like to avoid something like this happening again. I want us to get along, honest. All of us. I would like to avoid getting shot as well. And speak of the devil of Arcade Spirits arrives.
Apologies.
Am I interrupting? I wanted to make sure Zal was well. He'll be fine. We'll be fine. All of us. But Zal could probably use some rest at this point. Gavin, how about we go raid that snack machine and talk? I hear they have nachos.
Pardon?
Talk? What about? You know, stuff and things. I feel like we never actually sit down and talk, you and I. Naomi offers me a quick but very careful hug before leading a confused Gavin out the door. Hopefully they'll find some common ground. It'd be nice for something positive to come out of this mess that was our opening days. Seeing the person I care for the most was certainly a boon to my spirit. Now, if only I could do something about the food here. It's worse than airline food. With my heart calmed, my body finally tells me it's exhausted. I snuggle into the covers as a yawn escapes me. Just as I'm about to roll over and drift off to sleep, another visitor drops in. It's likely well past visiting hours. But with no small amount of both dread and relief, I'm glad to see her. Oh! Why are you here? Mr. Bag, a word if you will. I try to straighten myself up from my pillow backrest. Time to put on my professional front, even if I'm in excruciating pain. Okay, I should start by explaining that what happened today isn't exactly indicative of... I should hope it was. The fight, not my actions. It's hard to disguise the disbelief of my face. What? It seems I've misjudged your character, based on an initial unpleasant interaction. But what I saw today, clearly, you are no fool, nor a coward. I let my need to protect my family override my better judgment. How absurd to paint everything you've built at Arcade Spirits with that brush, all over such a small matter. I saw you selflessly throw yourself in front of that bullet. You didn't have to do that. You chose to do that. I didn't have a choice. Honestly, if one of the options would have been do nothing, or... No, I still would have thrown myself in front of the bullet. If one of the options was throw myself at the person with the gun, I would have done that first. It's indicative of someone who isn't simply in this for the money, as so many in this industry are. While I'm uncertain why you protected that young criminal, I suppose someone who respects life deeply enough to even protect someone like her is to be respected. I suppose I've become a bit jaded from all those eager to cash in on the arcade scene. All the large-scale arcades I have to review tend to be very impersonal and cold. So, you were impressed with our arcade? Well, let's not go that far. I can't say I was thrilled with the amount of mayhem and disaster going on before a gang war broke out. But I will also say I've only ever seen that amount of mayhem and disaster once before. It's highly unusual, to say the least. The one time before was at the Funplex, at the birthday party. Maybe there's a connecting factor. The last time I reviewed a small up-and-coming arcade similar to yours, everything went wrong. Everything. I wrote my review in an honest fashion, and as a result of my scathing pen, the place was sold and closed down within a month. Sold to a notable figure in this industry. Wait, you don't mean... Yes, Deco Nami. Such is the fate of any arcade who dares to stand up to him. Your prior business, the Funplex, only escaped being devoured by being far too small to be worthwhile. Sadly, your enthusiasm may have put it in his crosshairs, and if you cannot tidy up your reputation after today's affair, Arcade Spirits will be next. Again. Again and again. Torn down by Deco Nami. This time, he didn't even have to lift a finger. By pure coincidence, the ghost monsters wrecked everything before he could exact any revenge. All he has to do is swoop in and buy out what's left of our dreams. However, I have come to a decision. Given I was a first-hand witness to your troubles, which were clearly not your fault, and given your willingness to put even your own life on the line for your arcade, I'm going to tell my editor I need more time, but I want to return in 1 week to get a more accurate and mature overview of your operation. 1 week. That's the best I can offer you. This is a difficult hole to climb out of, Mr. Bag. Even aside from earlier trouble, having a gang fight and a shooting transpire at an arcade. Well, the press will feed on this. Even if I was the only press present and accounted for. They'll dig, they'll speculate, and they'll chew on your bones. They might find a bullet. I can't remember if it's in there or not. If your arcade survives that initial onslaught, I hope to write a proper review, which can lay those concerns to rest. But I'll offer you no more second chances, no more reasonable doubts. Best foot forward when I return, or my readers will know the truth. Understand? Understood. I'll have to use my other foot then. Then I'll leave you to your recuperation. With a curt nod, she turns and leaves the room, leaving me with my thoughts. Okay, that could have gone worse. 1 week. I've got exactly 1 week to completely rebuild our reputation and clear the good name of Arcade Spirits. And clean up everything. And get everything back into working order. And walk. Otherwise, it's game over. For all of us. Alright, that's Chapter 7. A winner is you. Let's see your score. I'm Gutsy. Definitely Gutsy. And 23,450 points. Now, let's have one last pizza fact. 62% of Americans prefer meat toppings on their pizza, while 38% prefer vegetarian. Everybody loves different kinds of pizza, and that's a beautiful thing. Now, that is also a very difficult thing to say because vegetarian does not necessarily mean vegetables, because a cheese pizza is considered vegetarian. This is more of a question of what pizzas don't have meat on them, as opposed to what pizzas have a bunch of vegetables. Do you want to save your game before proceeding to the final level? Every time I can. Here we are, Chapter 8. I don't know what's gonna happen. It is the future, the year 20XDX. And... oh, who am I kidding? I'll be lucky to make it to 20XDX plus 1 at this rate. I've had my strand of fate twisted back and forth so often it feels like it could snap at any moment. Mired in depression and a supposed family curse, then lifted up by an amazing time at the Funplex, slammed back down by Deco Nami, who I punched in the face because he deserved it. He had such a punchable face. Raised up again by the Arcade Spirits project. And now, descending farther due to a series of bad coincidences, culminating in a Pier 6 brawl in which I got shot. But today, I'm back. There we go. Back to the Arcade Spirits, and ready to work, despite being on crutches. Normally, I have to mentally filter out all the beeps and boops of a busy arcade, but not today. Aside from our regulars, nobody's here. Not exactly the side I wanted to see on my grand return after heroically taking a bullet to the leg. So that bullet would have hit Miss, what's her face? DeFair, the journo. We're 3 days into this ambitious experiment, and already looking like a bust. Even with the defame, from Miss Defame, we couldn't hush the event up completely. The news of gang violence at a local arcade spread over social media like wildfire. Gavin had filled me in on all the details I missed while I was passed out. By the time the cops got here, both gangs were long gone. Sirens were happening while I was on the floor. And the ghost monsters wiped our security footage on the way out the door. No arrests made, no evidence remaining. The only plus side, Sue and her ghost monsters apparently never came back. But even without them actively causing problems, that single day managed to smash our reputation. It's just frustrating. Aggravating is probably another one I would have chosen, but I don't think that was a choice. I mean, come on. We had a single lousy day, and that's enough to send the masses running and screaming. Talk about overkill. Like, I don't even see where a bloodstain is. It's frustrating to see all this amazing fun on display, and nobody's enjoying it. These games yearn for quarters. They are hungry. They must be fed. I don't honestly know how we can recover from this. If we could only get the good word out. Somehow correct this PR disaster. Seated behind the ticket desk with my crutches propped up nearby. Light duty only for a week minimum, doctor's orders. I try to mentally detangle this mess. Hey, Iris, are we? Yes, we're still trending negatively on social media. Like the last 7 times you asked. Any luck with our security camera footage then? Anything we might be able to give to the police? It might help our public image to have someone to point the blame at. Nope, it is totally wiped and my file recovery systems failed. I guess that's what to be expected when you're going up against cyber criminals. Like, they've even avoided bad press from the shooting. I haven't spotted the words ghost monsters in any of the articles I found about the attack. That's because ghost monsters weren't the ones that did the shooting. It's like they're ghosts. Well, not literally ghosts. I just mean they clean their tracks very effectively. Yeah, got that. We did see them in their corporeal form, remember? At least that whole mess seems to be behind us. Now we just need to dig our way out of this hole. I sigh heavily as the burden sinks into my lungs. Not a good place for burden to be. And before I can groan further, I hear footsteps approaching me. I lock my phone and pocket it before seeing who it is.
Greetings.
Oh, it's Hamza! It is I, Hamza, here to discuss matters of great import with my good friend and worthy ally, Zalbag. Hello, Hamza. Hi, Hamza. I sense a distinct lack of energy in your greeting, likely due to your sorrowful state after being shot. Yes, hobbling along on crutches isn't fun, but no, that's not the problem. Regardless, you must always face the day with fire and purpose, Zalbag.
Such is the iron will of Hamza.
Only with an absolute will of iron, strong and resilient against that which assails you, can you achieve absolute victory in the world of arcade games. Pardon my lack of fire, just pondering how to deal with this reputation situation.
This displeases Hamza.
Indeed, those foul miscreants truly soiled our trousers of decency on opening day. Yeah, that's definitely a way to put it. Such misbegotten youth must pay for their insolence. What is your cunning plan for completely and utterly destroying them? I was thinking more along the lines of a PR campaign to rebuild public trust. Ah, far less exciting, but Hamza will assist in any way possible. You hold within you tremendous power of persuasion. Hamza has witnessed this firsthand. Your people skills are unmatched.
Perfection.
Believe in me who believes in you, and strike forth into this world to re-establish our business as one of sublime arcade majesty. Be the drill that pierces the heavens. Right, so, like, advertising or something? Like, that's what the streaming business was, and Hamza suspects you will require a grander statement than some mere billboard. The violent incident made a splash. You, my friend, must make a tsunami. One which will wash away the blood and leave us clean. If only such opportunities would simply walk through these doors and lay its bounty before us, this could be a simpler matter. Hold that thought. I have an opportunity walking through this door and laying its bounty before us. Hello, welcome to Good Morning. I forget the exact voice they gave Deco Nami, and I still feel that he's angry at me, so this is still a reasonable voice to give him.
Nami.
Ah, good day, mister. Hold on, I'm trying to come up with your name. Hanson? Harrison? Something starting with an H. Hindenburg? Please excuse Hamza, Zalbag. I must return to my kitchen to be forcibly restrained by my chefs, lest I commit a crime against humanity. I mean, we already have one man's blood on this carpet. A second can be easily as cleaned. What an eccentric fellow. I stood there in silence and shock. I tried telling myself this was just a bad fever dream from my wound. But no such luck, this was 100% real. I watch as Deco takes a look around the arcade. His smug grin ever present. I see his eyebrow arch as he takes note of the people, or rather lack of people, here playing games.
Such a shame. Such a shame.
Can't say I'm surprised in the slightest. Why would anyone want to come to such a mediocre arcade when the premium Deco's Palace experience is available to them. Because not everybody can go there, buddy. Like, Chuck E. Cheese is available to everybody, but nobody knows that it's available to everybody. Everybody thinks, or I can't say everybody. Most people think that you require, like, a reservation at Chuck E. Cheese. Charles Entertainment Cheese is just a place you can go. You don't have to be a part of a birthday party. People just look at you weird when you're not. I'd estimate you have, maybe a month at best before you close down. I'm looking forward to purchasing this land. Maybe make it a fun zone. Or just a parking lot. Like, you could have also bought this building. Yes, a parking lot. I shall call it the Bag Memorial Parking Lot. It would be such a fitting tribute since you let people walk all over you. I'm not dead yet. You opened an arcade in the middle of gang territory. It's a reasonable assumption you'll collect a few more bullets along the way. Nope, I cannot handle this. Not today. I am throwing my crutch at this man. What do you want, Mr. Nami? If you need tokens, the change machine is over there.
A pity, is it not?
Tokens? How quaint. Still no swipe cards, eh? No, because those things are magnet strips and can be easily destroyed, thus losing everybody's ability to use them. Sadly, I'm not here to participate in your sad attempt at an esports community. Really, how can you hope to compete with so few games and such meager prizes? The more people that enter, the better the prizes are. That's how entry fees work.
No. I'm here to make one final offer. This is against my better judgment, given the bad blood between us. But let it not be said that Deco Nami is an unforgiving or cruel person. If you sign over ownership of this arcade to me, I'll spare careers. Yes, even Miss Fairchild and Miss Wolf. I'm sure I can find something for them to do at one of my facilities. You should count yourself lucky I'm even willing to do this. You get an opportunity few others who cross me are ever offered. If you don't agree to my terms, I'll stand idle and watch as everything burns down around you. You have my word on that.
Okay, obviously I want to say no to this fabulous offer, but how do I say it? At what point do I cut my losses? Miss Francine believed in dreams, but she also believed in practicality and trade-offs. Am I ready to give up everything so that I have something resembling a future? No, clearly not. Of course I'm not giving up. I mean, seriously, I had so many opportunities to jump ship prior to this. Why would I bail now? Ah, God. I know what I want to choose, and I know what I have to choose. And sadly, they are not the same thing. I have to choose this one. This is the choice that I have to make. Because this is the polite... Wait, no. No, I'm sorry. We were being polite. And, I believe this is the first time that I'll actually do this properly. No, 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 and no. No and no and no. So if that's the only reason you're here, well, you're not a paying customer, are you? Would you kindly get the fuck out of my arcade before I call the police? I believe that one was a warranted. I see. So you remain a foolish child at heart.
So be it.
I guess I'll have to settle for buying the burnt-out husk of your business once it ultimately collapses around you. I think you underestimate the damage being associated with the criminal element can do, Mr. Bag. It's enough to ruin even the mightiest of arcades. Oh, and I doubt the ghost monsters have forgotten you. They will return. And they will make matters far worse for you. I jumped in front of a bullet that was aimed at their leader. I don't think they're going to be mad at me. And immediately, I take notice. Because no other point in time was the ghost monsters mentioned. Not even in any story. Play it cool, play it cool. Don't let on. Just test the waters. Really, ghost monsters? I thought the gang was called Lovely Chainsaw or something.
A foolish fool.
Yes, ghost monsters. Sadly, they insist on naming themselves after that absurd, ancient video game reference. Of all the childish, immature... He shakes off quickly enough, refocusing on me. But enough banter. I believe I'll take my leave. I'll not see you again, Mr. Bag. I'll let my lawyers handle purchasing what little remains of you. Good day. Once he's out of earshot and well beyond the confines of the arcade, I pull out my phone to verify something. Iris, you checked all the news articles about the shooting, right? You got that recorded, right? Oh yes, I've analyzed them all. Did you need me to pull up a specific one? Just confirm something for me. The ghost monsters were never mentioned by name in any of them, right? Yeah, it seems Sue's friends are good at covering their tracks. Why? Yeah, that's it. This is the chance we need. Admittedly, it's slim, but at this point, I'll take what I can get. Message everyone. I'm calling another Waker conspiracy.
Hooray!
Oh, you're all fired up. Okay, messages sent. I'll need everyone's help to fill in gaping holes in my plan, but at least now I have a plan. It's time for one last-ditch effort to save arcade spirits. Hamza's restaurant in the back of the arcade made for an ideal gathering place. You know, we could just take the security footage where he clearly said that. We picked out one of the largest tables, one where we could easily speak to each other. Calm has returned once more, after the very sight of Deco Nami caused a red mist of rage to descend upon Hamza.
Revel in the splendor.
Can Hamza interest anyone in the finest of spicy buffalo wings? Or perhaps a diet soda? I'm good, thanks. Sure, I'll have a soda. Yum. This was it. This was where we'd make our last stand. I looked around the room, at everyone, at all of my friends, and nodded to each of them, determinedly. Okay, I know things are rough, but I've got, let's say, a good 60 to 80% of a plan for how we can turn things around. Like, we can all agree what happened wasn't our fault, yeah? Someone else screwed us over. Every problem we face could be tracked back to them. The ghost monsters and lovely chainsaws may be to blame, but the court of public opinion puts the blame squarely on our shoulders. Our venue is tainted by their actions. We can cry foul all we like, but if there's little chance of violence... but if there's even a chance of violence returning to our doorstep, it'll keep customers away. It's a real bummer. We haven't seen any families here since opening day. Parents just aren't willing to take their children somewhere where that's known for being dangerous. Actually, I wasn't talking about the gangs. Today I learned our true enemy is, and that person is Deco Nami.
Deco Nami.
Yes, Hamza, Deco Nami. The beast that wears human skin. Yes, surely he is to blame. I mean, you're just saying words, but Hamza is admittedly uncertain as to how, but Hamza is also perfectly willing to go along with this idea. Glad you're gung-ho. Earlier when he was taunting me, he slipped, mentioning the ghost monsters by name. Except those hackers keep their noses clean. They left us with no proof that they were even involved, thanks to our security cameras being wiped. The cops didn't go after them. The news didn't identify them. So, how did Deco know about them? Answer: Deco hired the ghost monsters to ruin our opening day. I may have, picked up on that fact very early on, but never stated it out loud. You know, I haven't checked the music since I did the whole thing where I muted it. How loud is this? I should have turned the music up higher than what it was. There we go. That's a little bit better. Oh no! That means all those voice lines those may not have been picked up either. Oh gods, I am sorry if that's the case. I actually am very sorry if you didn't hear the lovely voice lines that we had for every point in time that a character is talking.
What?
Seriously? In hindsight, it should have been obvious. I blame myself for not seeing it sooner. Far too many coincidences to be otherwise, and the fact that they only started wreaking havoc once Miss Defame showed up to bear witness. I can see what you're throwing down, Sal. Sue and her friends didn't seem awful at first. I remember talking to Clyde. They were very nice and friendly. And then Miss Defame showed up, and...
Oh my!
Wait, do you think Miss Defame is involved? Considering she was willing to hold back her review, I don't think she's knowingly involved. But Deco may have gotten wind she'd be showing up and took advantage.
What if?
But you don't think Deco wouldn't stoop that low, right? Hiring some random street gang to mess with us? Would he? Oh, he would. He's a spiteful bastard. Of course he'd try to ruin our opening day. The only reason he didn't destroy Miss Francine was out of some weird sort of gentlemanly respect for a fellow older business owner. But to Deco Nami, Zala's basically pond scum. Thanks? To be fair, I doubt he orchestrated the bullet-riddled finale in the evening. That pushes plausibility. True, he wouldn't have even needed a shooting to ruin us. Yeah, no, if we are clear that we are in gang territory and the lovely chainsaws are indeed correct in their assertion that this is their territory, then just another gang being here and causing problems would be enough to cause a brawl and a gang war. This is a turf war at this point, which is plenty to keep families away. The negative review alone would have done the job. Being even slightly associated with the gang would have been awful. If Miss Defame reported us as a hotbed of teenage chaos, a living reenactment of the Lord of the Flies, it'd spell doom even without bullets flying around. I guess we're lucky she held her review back. The problem is, we have no proof of this, do we? No way to tie Deco back to the ghost monsters, other than him slipping up and mentioning them to Zal. I doubt he'd ever admit to this on the record. We have video evidence of it happening. Iris hasn't been able to dig up any digital evidence, although there's our eyewitness testimony, which should be enough to warrant some investigation. But for some reason, that doesn't seem to be enough for the police. I know a few of the local cops and how they think. If they're not looking into ghost monsters, odds are they're actually looking into ghost monsters quietly. Which admittedly doesn't help us in clearing our name. And it's too much to hope that Deco simply confesses to orchestrating the incident which ruined us.
Come on!
That slimy bastard's not getting away with this. I'll beat the truth out of him if I have to. Please no. As amusing as that would be, I wouldn't suggest it, love. We need to be smart about this and undermine him rather than take the direct approach. You mentioned having most of a plan, Zal. Care to elaborate? Well, if Deco won't confess his sins, we need the next best thing. The sins to be so clear that everybody can see them for themselves. We need his henchmen to flip on him. You see, I sensed some tension from Deco about the ghost monsters. He called them childish and immature. There may be some bad blood between them. How about we break up their partnership? My plan is to track down the ghost monsters, get them to turn on their employer, and confess to their crimes. Once the media hears it from Sue herself that the incident was all thanks to Deco's scheming, it'll clear the good name of Arcade Spirits. No, that's not what will happen. What will happen is we'll be like, okay, we have this random person that claims that they're a part of ghost monsters and that they were all a part of this thing that Deco Nami did, even though this name of gang is nowhere in any of these reports. We could just be making something up to try to clear our name. This plan is foolproof. I'm answered with a myriad of blank stares and blinks. Don't everybody congratulate me at once now. Okay, so this isn't really me criticizing, but is it going to be exactly what I just said? Your plan kinda sucks. You want us to track down a bunch of hackers we already can't find, and then ask them politely to betray the guy who's paying them a lot of money. Between this and the shooting, I'm worried your health insurance premiums are about to go through the roof, Zal. That's why I said it's maybe 60% of a good plan. Look, we don't have a lot of options. Right now, the only ones who can save us are the ones who ruined us. Deco and Sue. I'm confident that if I can find Sue and talk to her, I can get her to see reason. It's true. Zal was willing to give them another chance and hear out their side of things before. Yes, that's how we work. That's how you work with your community. Sue really seems to like Arcade Spirits. If there's some disagreement between her and Deco about our arcade, that could be why. Exactly. I think I can get through to her if I try. This hinges on our ability to find Sue. Find an unfindable bunch of ghosts. Ones Iris can't even track down. And that's where you all come in. All options on the table. I want to hear your ideas for how we find Deco's hired goons. Hired goons? Let's fill in the other 40% of my plan and make this happen. And awkward glances back and forth are all I get in return. I get why they're concerned. It's the slimmest of hopes. The narrowest of margins. I'm asking them to follow me on a hunch. But I know this can be done. I know I can get Sue to give us the dirt we need to clear our name. Heck, some days it feels like all I do is talking my way through problems. If that's my one special skill, I'm going to rely on it for this final conflict. Now, if we can just find her. For that, I need their help. And that means I need to motivate them, like a true leader would. How have I been doing so far? Yeah, that still feels about correct. I look around and I see the best and brightest the arcade world has to offer. Engineers, thinkers, problem solvers. Brilliant minds. Deco is ruled by his spite and his bitterness. We can be smarter than that. Better than that. We can find a way to turn his weakness against him. Find an unfindable gang? I think we can do it. Unseat an arcade tyrant? I know we can do it. All I need from you is to take this seriously and lend me your aid. Work the problem with me. Are you ready? You know it. I've solved cosplay challenges before. Solving this will be a piece of cake. Obviously, I'm ready and willing to take on this task. You need only ask. It'll be a complicated dance, but I'm willing to step to the beat of success. I take it I'm going to get the points from Oh, okay, I don't get points from everybody else. Everyone nods in agreement, and I can even see some smiles start to appear. We're all on board. Now, to just determine the how of the plan. I'm sorry, we have big thumps, so save.
Perhaps.
At the risk of the obvious, why don't we talk to the police about this? They've proven unhelpful so far, but if we go down to the station and fully explain our situation, we might be able to gain the information we need. She's gonna be the daughter of, like, the chief of police or something. I feel this would be a reasonably steady course of action. Yeah, this one, it's gonna say I should choose the gutsy or the lovey one. I'm not certain about showing up and just asking for them to open their files to us, but you're correct. The police would have the information we need. Except cybercrime is a sticky situation. You have to control leaks, and if they're looking into ghost monsters, they won't just tell us outright. The key is taking this to the right people. I know most of the cops at Ben and Matt's Donut Shop by name, and I know the friendly officers that'll help us out.
Nope, no way.
Why get the cops involved? We already know someone who's got an axe to grind against Sue and her buddies. Or rather, a chainsaw.
Ooh.
Oh, that's right, Queen Bee. We can ask the lovely Chainsaw Gang. They'll be easier to find, and would probably be thrilled to divulge all of the dirt they have on ghost monsters. Or they'll carve us up with switchblades. Could go either way. I'll admit this is a super gutsy move, but if we pull it off, we don't need to involve the authorities at all. This whole situation's a bit sticky for my liking. Cops and robbers, no thank you. Although, the alternative I'm about to suggest may be stickier still. Zal first met the ghost monsters at Deco's palace, yes? They are regulars there. So we investigate Deco's palace to find someone who knows Sue and her mates. If we can find a good friend of hers and make them understand why. Wait, hold on. I tapped Sue's phone with my phone. Shouldn't I have her information? Iris, shouldn't I have Sue's information? That seems like a weird thing to just skip out on. Unless, of course, it was a burner phone and she no longer has that phone. But I should at least know where that phone is. Ah, good water. If we can find a good friend of hers and make them understand why we need to speak with Sue. Well, we're already on somewhat good terms with Sue, thanks to Zal remaining diplomatic about all this. We should keep that going. I'm pretty sure if I showed my face at Deco's palace, it'd get mashed into paste by his private security goons. Hired goons? Ooh. Alright, cool. Cool. But my face wouldn't. Deco doesn't know me. I was Funplex adjacent rather than a Funplex regular. And I think the last time I set foot in Deco's palace was years ago. Just so I could wander freely with Juniper. Yeah, we could slip in and ask around about Sue, without anybody even noticing. I'd say this kindly strategy is an honest appeal to see those who may know her. What could be more cordial?
Definitely.
If she's got a single friend in that place, I'll find them. It's a daring mission in enemy territory, but for you, Zal, I'll do it. What are you looking at me for? I don't have any ideas.
Well.
You could try Googling for her accounts. I'm reasonably sure Iris has already tried that. Iris? Yep. I even used Yahoo, Bing, Alta Vista, Web Crawler, Ask Jeeves, Akinator, MySpace, Friendster. What are the other ones that people does stuff? DuckDuckGo. Searched both ClearNet and the ones that you don't really get to access. I have no idea what half of those are. Okay, but that's not really what I meant. I mean, checking online forums for arcade enthusiasts. She loves arcades, right? She may have an account there. I've been rejoining online communities lately to try to open up to like-minded folks and socialize a bit on my own terms. She's got to be lurking in one of those places. Oh, wait, I know. If we can passively search for her... Oh, sorry, if we can't passively search for her, we can actively call her out. As much as I hate internet trolls, they do get results. If we taunt the ghost monsters online, well, I'm positive Sue's the sort of person who will look herself up constantly, right?
A winner is you.
Of course, and with my help, we can establish fake accounts to spread the message so far and wide that she can't miss it. I'd suggest we use a public internet access point to keep it from being tracked back to Arcade Spirits, though. Ooh, road trip! With my phone. Road trip! I can tell from Gavin wincing at this that he's not a fan. But he's not a fan of Iris in general. He has an Iris.
Good work.
I like this plan, Miss Naomi. It's pretty quirky, but it just might work. Well, I did say I wanted options. Involving the cops after all the semi-shady things we've done is risky. What semi-shading things have we done? So is provoking a rival gang of armed hooligans. So is infiltrating Deco's palace. So is... Okay, posting a few troll messages isn't that risky given how many social media companies actually adore trolls and nurture them for advertising dollars. But it could annoy Sue. What's the best path forward? Before I can decide, Juniper raises her hand. All of these sound great, but Saul, you're still recovering from an injury. The less moving around you do, the more likely you'll heal nice and quick. You can't go gallivanting around the city chasing down rumors about ghost monsters today. I'm just on crutches. I'm not in an iron lung or anything. I'm still mobile. Light duty only. Doctor's orders, remember? But I have a solution to this conundrum. It's simple and super effective. Let us do this for you. Oh no. Oh no. No. This might be bad. You've had to tackle all these problems since joining the Funplex by yourself. Why not step back and let us handle this one? Well, okay, but I need to be there when we finally confront Sue. While you're out and about, I guess I'll get some rest, so I'm ready for tonight. Sound good? Sounds good. These are my friends. I trust them entirely. And I trust that each of these options will work for getting us what we need. I'm going to save again. Because now is the point in time where I actually make the choice. So the only question is, which plan do I want to give my Zal seal of approval? I know what I need to do. Choosing the lovely chainsaws is the gutsy choice, but infiltrating Deco's palace is what I'm going to do. Because going after the rival gang is not going to be the best option. Given my score rating and how things are working out, I was just more afraid of the people that I'm sending off to do things might only work so well based on my relation with them. I think the best bet is to keep things quiet, not involve the police or criminals, not troll the internet. Just ask around for some of Sue's friends. Juniper, Percy, you two head off to Deco's palace. See what you can learn. It's less likely to backfire. At worst, you get arrested for loitering around the place. Or you get your butts kicked by his security, I guess. Either way, you are not, in fact, hired by Arcade Spirits, so you can very well be your own separate people. Right. We'd best move along then. You can count on me, Zal. That's right. Oh, sorry. This is Juniper. That's right. You could count on me, always. Saul and I have been friends for years, and would be BFFs for many years to come. I knew I'd be by his side forever and a day. Okay, I wouldn't be by his side today. I'd be at Deco's palace, looking for clues, like a teenage mystery sleuth. But I was by his side in spirit. Sal is always solving all these problems for his other friends at the arcade, always going on crazy adventures and getting into trouble. All while I stayed on the sidelines. But now, it's time for Juniper's Day in the Sun. Or Juniper's Day under the fluorescent tube lighting, anyway. I've never been to Deco's palace before. I went to Las Vegas once, though, and this place very much resembles a bad off-strip casino. Pulsating lights flashing everywhere, the constant chirps from the games, and not to mention the heavy smell like greasy fried chicken. Not a pleasant aroma, is it? I notice you wrinkling your nose. I don't really like junk food. I mean, it's all you can swing when you're poor and don't have much free time, but I prefer cooking proper meals myself, you know? But the target demographic of Deco's Palace adores anything deep-fried and or coated in sugar, you see. Yes, you definitely have to avoid their chicken creme brulee. Get a nice hard sugar crust on a deep-fried chicken. So, have you given any thoughts on how we'll track down someone who knows our elusive ghostly friends then? Simple. It's process of elimination. We're looking for teenagers, right? So we can rule out any kids or adults here. Fair. Plus, Sue and her friends are delinquents. We find some young miscreants, we'll find our contact. Also look for anybody wearing a ghost. So you're suggesting we wander up to random dangerous-looking teenagers and to start asking them?
Correctamundo.
It's foolproof! Yes, well, I may suggest something a bit more rigorous in terms of a scientific approach. Before Sue and her friends started running wild at Arcade Spirits, she seemed to express an interest in my Mr. Moopy game. I remember this. She wanted to play the actual game. Apparently, Deco's Palace has a version of the game that she'd already mastered, one which is strikingly different. I think I should start my search there. Perhaps a fellow Moopy aficionado would recognize Sue and be willing to talk to her about her. Okay, you hang around Moopy, I'll poke around elsewhere and see where I can find. Text me if you hit pay dirt.
Be seeing ya.
Very well, I'll be in touch. And then an hour passed, with nothing. I asked around, but either nobody had heard of Sue, or they kind of went quiet and made an excuse to leave after I mentioned her name. Thought about, chasing down some of the folks who seemed to know something, but maybe I'm just not gutsy enough. I don't get it. Zal makes this sort of thing look easy. I thought we could just roll up to Deco's Palace, find someone who looked cyberpunky, get the info, bing, bang, boom, done. If I get the feeling if Percy was talking, he would have said, "Bob's your uncle." But instead, I'm nursing a watery iced tea at a soda fountain and poking at a basket of French fries, after complaining of greasy junk food, of course. Well, do you? Huh? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was asking if you wanted a refill on your iced tea. Oh, no, I'm good. Hey, do you know a young woman named Sue, by any chance? About this tall, lavender hair, likes Moopy? I have other customers to attend to. Excuse me. Well, poop butts. Maybe I've struck out. I'll admit I don't have much of a plan going into this one. I never have much of a plan, really. I couldn't even work up the nerve to leave that awful job until Zal gave me his approval. Like I couldn't lay out my own plan for my life. Being an independent artist is hard work. But at least now I have something resembling a plan for my life. I'm going to do it. I'm gonna make it. And that's why I admire Zal. Okay, so he needs a nudge now. And then to get moving. But once he gets the lead out, nothing stands in his way. I need that kind of energy if I'm gonna succeed today. I need to not just sit on my butt eating French fries. I gotta get out there and make this happen. A notification from my phone snatched my attention. Is it still me, or do I actually have... No, okay, it's still me. just as I was getting off my bar stool. Possible lead. Meet me at the movie game. This is it! My time to shine. Let's make it happen, Juniper. It takes seconds for me to get there. I can see Percy standing near some weird touchscreen version of Mr. Moopy's Magic Maze, which is being played by a little girl standing on a step stool. Aww. Cute.
I did it! I did it!
And if you hit the button, it makes the wizard man eat all the dots. Impressive. You've got wonderful timing, Miss Tia.
Thank you.
Thanks, mister. Ah, Miss Tia, this is my friend, Miss Juniper. Juniper, Miss Tia here was telling me about her best friend, Miss Sue.
What?
She was?
Definitely.
I mean, yes, I see. Sue. Right. Okay, this wasn't what I expected. I figured any friend of Sue's had to be some rough and tumble punk, not like a cute little package of smiles and sunshine. How does the leader of a gang of thugs end up friends with a kindergartner? Still, this is my chance. I had to go for it. Let's see, how would Zal handle introductions? Okay, time to put those years of babysitting practice to good work. Hello, Miss Tia. My name is Miss Juniper, and I'm very pleased to meet you. I hope we can be friends.
Hello.
I like making friends. Unless you steal people's prize tickets, those people are no good. I wasn't planning to. Okay, then we'll be friends. So, how do you know Miss Sue? Oh, Miss Tia was telling me that her brother is the chap we've come to know as Inky. I see. Is he around right now? The last thing we need is for one of the... Sorry, still Juniper. The last thing we need is for one of the ghost monsters to notice us interrogating his sister for information. Nah, I'm here with my big sister. But she got bored and went off to talk with her friends and drink milkshakes. We come to this arcade lots and lots. My brother usually ignores me too. But Miss Sue is always very nice to me and tells great jokes. And she loves Moopy. She can make the wizard man eat all the dots every time. She taught me how to do it.
Yay!
You just gotta kick the game right here, and it'll look all funny for a moment, and then munch, munch, munch. He eats all the dots right up. I see. Well, Miss Tia, I was hoping to talk to Miss Sue today. Do you know where she is? Or maybe your brother?
It's a secret.
I'm not supposed to tell nobody. Miss Sue said it was a secret. Okay, Juniper, time to use those powers of persuasion. What would Zal do in this situation? It's a bit manipulative, but I bet Zal would go for it, so I'll go for it too. Aw, that's no fun. Keeping a secret is boring. But if you whisper it to someone, if you share the secret, that's super fun. It's exciting. Well, yeah, but she fidgets, clearly eager to tell, but something's holding back. What if I promised to keep the secret too? Then I'd keep it, just like you're keeping it. We can be secret buddies. I don't know. Okay, I'm feeling very weird about tricking a little girl at this point. Zal sent us here so we could be friendly and diplomatic. Even if it'd be super easy to dupe this kid, I should be a little more honest. Miss Tia, the thing is, someone's being very mean to my friend, Mr. Zal, and we're hoping Miss Sue can help us. That's really why we want to talk to her. We really want to be friends with Miss Sue so she'll help us against this bully. Maybe she won't want to help, but we have to try. Mr. Zal believes in being kind to people, That's why he sent us here, to find someone who's friends with Miss Sue, so we can make all this better again. Would you be willing to help us? If you don't want to, that's okay. We'd understand. I don't know. You seem nice, but you got a super duper double pinky swear promise that you just want to be friends with Miss Sue before I tell you. My smile is a bit forced as I extend my pinky finger. I hate coercing a kid into this sort of thing, but what else can I do? We don't have any other leads. I super duper double pinky swear promise. Okay. There's an really old arcade where my brother and Sue and her friends hang out. It's not too far from my home. It's got so many games in it. Percy gets his phone out and starts trying to figure out the address based on her description of the area. I'm just relieved to be out of the spotlight as he translates the little girl ease into workable map ease. Huh. Says here it's a warehouse owned by Nostalgia Commodities. It's a super big house with one huge room, a really tall ceiling, and stairs and stuff.
Quite good.
Sounds accurate. Very well, shall we depart? I'm sure Mr. Zal is eager to make friends with Miss Sue. Since we're friends and stuff now, you know Sue isn't her name, right? Not her whole name, I mean.
It's a secret.
Her name's a secret, so I can't ask this poor girl to divulge any more secrets. I already feel a bit weird about this. She motions for me to kneel down anyway so she can whisper. Her name is... Wow.
Pardon me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I gotta go find my big sister. Bye. What was that about? I think I just figured a lot about what's going on. I'll tell you on the way back to Arcade Spirits. Not only did we learn where Miss Sue was hanging out, but we may have just been handed a heck of a plot twist. She's his daughter. We get that. Like, I already understand this whole thing. I can't wait to get home and divulge this info to Zal. And now that I think about it, I'm glad I can help out my BFF. Zal means a lot to me. We've been friends for years, and hopefully for many more to come. All we have to do is get past this teensy-weensy little bump in the road, right? Just like stop a megalomaniacal arcade czar from ruining all our hopes and dreams, using nothing more than a street address and a name. I'm betting he will want Naomi at his side when they confront Sue, of course. And that's okay. I've had enough excitement for one day. I just hope that I did enough to give Zal the winning edge, or it'll be a game over for all of us. I awaken to the sounds of pain. More specifically, the groans of pain escaping from my own throat. Apparently getting shot in the leg hurts. Hurts a lot. And sleeping on the second-hand employee couch, probably not the finest choice for rest. The nap was definitely necessary, however, I'm not operating at full speed anymore, and won't for a few weeks to come. But sleep didn't make my muscles any less achy. If anything, I've got a headache on top of it. Joy of joys. But now I've got 99 problems, and my physical condition ain't one. The fate of Arcade Spirits is what matters most.
Beep beep.
Sal, you should probably be getting up now. I'm up. Goody! So, have you given any thoughts to how you're going to win over Sue's favor once you can go confront her? Well, usually I just sort of stumble through these things and decide stuff like that on the fly.
Ooh.
Oh, that's no good. You know those intense identity situations I've been tracking? The ones where you can't take certain approaches that don't mesh with your personality? What, like where I can't crack wise if I'm not a jokey type person? Well, it's not so much that you can't, more that you shouldn't try something that goes against who you are as a person. People will see right through it. I'm betting Sue will know if you're play acting at something that you aren't. So this will be this will be Circe. A super intense identity situation. Only one way through. And it's gutsy. It has to be gutsy. I get no other options, I guess. When the time comes, you're gonna have to take a stand based on your highest personality score. Not more numbers and systems. It's for your own good, Zal. I'm just trying to help you make decisions that will save arcade spirits. And that means being true to your spirit. So I know I may have glossed over this as we started this scene, because, you know, it's a break room. It's the same break room. We have the same poster. Why would we have this poster? That should have remained at the other location. And what's that mean exactly? According to my calculations, right now your best bet for how to convince Sue is to be gutsy. You act on instinct, without fear, without caution. You're going to need to charge in there and do what you gotta do. Yeah, that was the plan. And if I don't want to take that approach, it's a bit late to change who you are as a person, Zal. Remember, my numbers and scores only help me understand who you are. Who you are is who you've chosen to be. It's a causal relationship. But with the help of your friends, you can maybe get some ideas, nudge things around a bit until you feel confident taking a different tactic than your usual one. Speaking of your friends, here's one now.
Woohoo!
We've hit pay dirt. I approve of paid dirt. What do we have? Juniper and Percy are back from Deco's palace. They didn't get kicked out or anything. And they found a kid who's good friends with Sue. We've got the address of Ghost Monster HQ and, well, a little something extra. Sue's real name. I'm guessing it's not Sue. Oh, it's Sue. Tsunami. Like I said, the patch. Tsunami. I don't understand the pun on Deco-nami, though. Economy. Tsunami is fine. That's understandable. We'd been assuming all along that the ghost monsters were guns for hire, paid off by Deco-nami to ruin our opening day. But if Sue is actually Deco's daughter, this could be bad. This could be very, very bad. A mercenary hacker could be convinced to betray her boss, but a dutiful daughter might be less likely to do so. And, yeah, in doing these things, it's, I can kind of change the gutsy to more caring, if I so want to choose to do so. But yeah, if he's her father, this could be really difficult. Deco didn't seem particularly enamored of the ghost monsters, though. Even if it means breaking up a family, maybe I can use that to drive a wedge between them? That's a terrible way to do it. Either way, this just got a whole lot more complicated. Okay, this changes everything. Hard to believe, isn't it? I'm not sure how you're gonna win Sue over to our side now that we know this. But I want to be there when you do. I'm with you to the very end, Zal, in sickness and in health. I just mean, you know, I'm happy. I'm happy to be by your side. I wasn't, like, proposing or anything. I wasn't suggesting anything else. I do. You do what? Accept your proposal. Where's my ring? How's spring for the wedding? I think a springtime ceremony would be lovely. Or we could skip the ring and do the ceremony and just elope. I'd enjoy that. In the spring, I mean. Not the eloping thing, if you're serious and not just making it joke. Maybe, but let's try to survive the night first. And then we'll consider flying to Vegas to be married by an Elvis impersonator or something. Yeah, let's stay focused. Right. So much for trying to, change who I am as a person. I am kind of dead set in my ways. So, what's your plan for convincing Sue to backstab Deco and join forces with us? Iris told me I only get one chance at this, that I need to go with whatever I do best. But if I talk this through with someone, maybe I can learn a different path. I'm open to ideas. How would you handle this? Well, she kept saying she loved our arcade. I'm not sure she wanted to trash the place at all. I think she may already be on our side, in her heart. That was kind of the feeling. That's why I didn't remove her initially. And then the gang showed up. If we approach as friends, waving the olive branch and trying to understand her heart a bit better, maybe we can make this work out for everyone. What do you think? I do consider a kinder, gentler approach. More flies with honey than with vinegar, depending on the fly and the vinegar. Sorry, had to adjust my seating position. I'll consider a more friendly solution. Okay, sounds good, but really, it's up to you. It'll be getting dark soon. Still no sense putting this off. Just let me know when you're ready to leave. Well, this is it. Either we sort this mess out, or Arcade Spirits crashes and burns. Or I get, killed? I guess that's always an option, considering we're about to go confront a street gang that indirectly got me shot in the first place. I don't even want to consider the possibility of death. I'm immortal until proven otherwise. But, well, if this is the end, I should probably have some words with my friends before I march towards doom. If only to get their opinion on how I should approach Sue. Grabbing my crutches, I thump-swing my way out the arcade proper to track down some folks. Let's see, I've already talked with Naomi. Who else do I want to talk to before we leave? Juniper's grabbing some dinner at the moment. I've never seen someone angrily eat hot wings before, but somehow she manages it.
Come on.
This whole situation is total poop butts. She lets out a heavy sigh as I approach.
That sucks.
You just dug yourself out of that hole of your life, and you just dug yourself out of the hole your life had become, and now you're gonna lose another arcade? It sucks. Seriously sucks. Arcade Spirits isn't lost yet, but it's not like you have a total plan for how to save it yet, right? Other than go talk to someone who may or may not help. Honestly, that's about as much of a plan as I ever have. And right now, it's as good a plan as we're gonna get. If you were going in my place, how would you handle this? Well, I guess there's two tricks I'd try. One, she's a teenager, right? A rebel to the core. Be a rebel, a dissident, a class clown. Connect with her on that, be a rebel, a dissident, a class clown. Connect with her on that level and make her feel you're wild too, which is the jokey one, which I don't have the ability to do. I remember being young and stupid. Let her make some mistakes, then outthink her, keeping calm and using that to react to her moves. I guess they're wildly different ideas, but one of them will work, right? I'm pretty sure I could outthink her. When it comes to strategy, I've got more experience under my belt than she'd have. I can outthink her, should it come to that. Exactly.
Definitely.
You know, I'm proud of you. You've come so far from the Bag family curse days, when you blame all your misfortunes on fickle fate. Instead, you're diving in and trying to strangle fate with its own strings. And I want you to know, win or lose, I'll still be here.
BFFs for life.
I'm your best friend, arcade or no arcade. Even if you lose this place, you'll always have a home. I'll make you pizza bagels and give you a shoulder to cry on. If I ever see another pizza bagel, I will hurl. Can we never mention the PB word again? I'm having harrowing flashbacks to days of foul nutrition and low household income. I'd sooner eat my left arm than another pizza bagel. No problem. Consider it stricken from my dictionary. Besides, I prefer toaster pastries myself. Okay, I'm sufficiently cheered up, thanks to your infectious spirit. Now, get out there and let him have it, Tiger. Who else do I want to talk to before I leave? So, we have now talked to our partner, our best friend. The only other people that I feel the necessary talk to are our employees. So Gavin and Ashley. I don't actually feel the need to talk to these three. Ashley's wandering around the arcade floor, practicing what I can only assume are magical girl final attack sequences. Aren't you out of costume for that? Ashley finishes up a twirl before addressing me. You can take the magical girl out of the outfit, but you can't take the magical girl out of your heart. Correct. That's how they fight after, having their power stolen. That's a literal plot point of most magical girls shows. Plus, I'm practicing for the final boss fight. Aren't you ready? What? Zal, you dig role-playing games, right? Doesn't this feel like you're about to enter the final boss fight? Like in every RPG ever? Like you've gathered up all your team members, see also us, your friends, and we've all hunkered down in a dark, damp cave, i.e. arcade spirits. Now we're having this epic sentimental chat about winning or losing. I couldn't be more spot on.
What if?
Although I do wonder what class you'd be, Zal. As long as Sue doesn't metamorphose into a six-winged, floating half-torso of a monster as Gregorian chants play in the background, I think I can handle it. Speaking of which, how are you going to handle it? I have a few options floating in my mind, but I was checking in with others to see what they recommend. If it was me trying to take down the final boss, I would give Sue spunk and sass. Make it a bizarro final fight by playing to Sue's sense of adventure. Joke around with her. I can't really do that one. Maybe if we match her antics with ours, we just might beat it better at our own silly game. Here. No one can outplay me. I'm Zal, arcade manager and all-around cool kid. I've got puns and jokes for days. That's what I'm talking about. There's no way to lose that attitude. But I also know something else, which is to always trust Zal. Always bet on Duke.
Yes!
Whatever you end up doing, I know you're going to save arcade spirits, and consequently, us all. Isn't that a little too hopeful? There's a very real chance I can fail this. This isn't some game. This is real life. I can't just reload. Of course I realize that. But I gotta have hope. I believe in you, even if you don't believe in yourself. And here's where I get real sappy. Ever since you came to the Funplex on that day, you've affected us all. You've changed all our lives. And mine. For the better, of course. I've been watching you grow and change into this person before me, and you've inspired me to do the same, to become the person I want to be. So, Zal, no matter what happens in there, just know that you've made friends here. Friends that'll last a lifetime. Ashley, you showed me the ropes on how to be a floor attendant. Without your guidance in those early days, I think I would have gotten eaten alive. True, I remember Gavin and Naomi being particularly hungry that day. But seriously, floor attendant friends gotta stick together. And just so you know, you've been a tremendously amazing friend. Ashley twiddles her fingers for a second, and then deviates from the seriousness. Well, I know you've got things to do before the big fight. Just make sure you stocked up on potions, and don't forget to have the correct weapons equipped. All I have is this crutch. I mean, it's a D6. Did you see the stats on it, though? Crutches do double damage to pesky teenagers. No, that's canes. Canes do double damage to anybody half your age or lower. Or, yeah, lower. I think it's quad damage if they're a quarter of your age. Like that's the hierarchy of weaponry. So you have the cane, and then there's the stroller, the one that the two-handed variant, which also has, you know, the stacking buff of half damage to anybody half your age, quarter damage to anybody double damage and quadruple damage to anybody half and a quarter your age. Or lower. It doesn't get any higher than a quarter, though. And then, I mean, there's the slipper, which is the ranged variant. But that one always does quad damage, just period. It just has a lower starting damage point. So, like the two-handed stroller has a higher top end, or no, a higher low end. It sounds really weird to say this. It has a higher bottom point, minimum damage. It has a higher minimum damage as opposed to a cane, which has a very medium kind of thing, but you can keep yourself prepared. You could have two canes. I've seen that happen. And then the slipper is, you know, the thrown one, or you can use it as a small melee. I don't know why I got into that tangent. Good to know. And Ashley, Yazal, thanks for being so bright in this dark hour. You got it, friend. Now go out there and kick all the butts. Who else do I want to talk to before we leave? Gavin, clearly. I find Gavin looming large over the arcade floor behind the ticket desk. Seems he was expecting me. So, our complications have developed complications. Seems to be the case. And you'd like my advice on the matter? Seems to be the case. Be clear with Sue. Be honest. And be ready to rise to whatever challenge she poses to you.
Perhaps.
If you let her make the first move, you can counter-move through improvisation. I know you're talented at it. Use that talent to let her set up her own traps and step in them. Treat her with respect, but in the end, she's just a kid. You can outthink a teenager. I'd like to believe.
Take this matter seriously.
If you take the situation seriously and approach with a clear mind, I've no doubt you'll win the day. Agreed? Keep a cool head. Let her make the first move. Which, these are getting kinda... I know the point of talking to everybody was to raise this, so I'd have 2 options. I'm probably still gonna be gutsy. Sounds about right. Go in ready to form a strategy based on the conditions on the ground, and play out that strategy with a calm hand. Precisely the way I'd handle it. You know, when you first came to the Funplex, I had serious doubts about you. I'd assumed you'd just fill a seat and do the low-level labor while I focused on higher-order management tasks. So I've largely kept my distance. Or tried to, at least, out of professional respect. But I can't help but have come to know you over the time we've spent together. You're not a minimum wage trainee any longer. You've taken opportunity and run with it, developing not only the Funplex, but a whole new arcade as well. I know we're facing a difficult challenge. I'm not going to blindly assume everything will be just fine either.
Certainly.
But I know that if it's possible, if we can stave off bankruptcy, you will be capable of doing it. And that's the logic one, apparently. Thank you, Gavin. I'm glad I've earned your respect. I worked hard to get all of us where we are today. And I don't intend to let any of us down. Which is still, like... I know that's not helpful for raising the caring one. But I do like being on all of my employees' good sides, at least. Of that, I have no doubt. And all that remains is for me to wish you the best in your efforts tonight. Do Arcade Spirits proud. Do us all proud. And with that, we go. No sense putting it off any longer. I've talked to everyone that I wanted to. I've gathered as much information as I could. I'm just delaying the inevitable at this point. I really could talk to the other 3, but we're doing this. It's time to do this. For my friend, for the sake of my future, my dreams, my friends' dreams, my dreams' friends, my dreams' futures, my future dreams, my future's friends' future's dreams, and Arcade Spirits itself. I take Naomi's hand in mine. As a soft smile curls my lips, we're ready to depart and face our destiny together. It's a short trip across town, and before we know it, we're standing outside Ghost Monster SHQ, a rundown warehouse on the bad side of town. A wooden sign, long since fallen off the side of the building, identifies it as belonging to Nostalgia Commodities, Inc. This is creepy. Who would want to hang out around here? The rats and the cockroaches are probably locked in an eternal war for supremacy. Can you think of a better place for a street gang to lay low? Odds are Deco owns this building anyway. Correct. Nostalgia Commodities Inc. is wholly owned subsidiary of Deco's Palace, LLC. Oh, good. So Daddy Dearest also owns her secret pirate tree fort. We've come this far, though. No turning back now, right? Right. I'm gonna try to stay in the background on this one. But if I see an opening, someplace where I know I can do some good in the conversation, I'll jump in. Let's do this. I sigh once, looking over my companion. I'm sure glad I'm not going at this alone. I'm nervous for sure, but I know what I have to do. I settle down on my crutches, armpits resting on the padding as I prepare to enter the belly of the beast.
Hey, listen.
Alright, Iris, you have one chance. I'll let you tell me one more pizza fact. Iris, kind of about to be in the middle of something here. I know, and I've spontaneously programmed myself to include new measurable metric, which should be useful for your mission. I call it the incredibly right indicator of success. If you finally manage to work the R in. Or IRIS for short. Hey, when you have a great acronym already, you may as well use it. I'm going to start analyzing Sue's vocal patterns once you step in there to determine how close you are to convincing her. That way, you'll know if you're on the right track or if you need to try something different. Let's take a look at your current score. Currently, you have a 0.0 chance of success. Really? I could have sworn I would have had a higher percent chance of success because I jumped in front of a bullet. Yay? Well, okay, that's probably a bit disheartening, but think of it like, if I walked away right now, I'd fail miserably, instead of, I'm doomed, doomed, doomed. But, speaking of doom, well, since there is a chance you can actually fail this time, rather than be assured you can mumble your way through the problem, would you like me to back up your data first? Was going to anyway. You are now ready to proceed. Good luck. Taking a deep breath, I swing my way into the warehouse, on my crutches, with my companion beside me. Alright, before I read that, let's take a look at the background here, because this is another new background. I know we didn't look at the overworld one because it was dark and nothing important. So we've got the ghost right there. A bunch of broken machines. Nothing that I can really tell what it is, so. I don't know what I expected to find on entering the lair of a notorious gang of cybercriminals, but a makeshift arcade that rivals my own was not high on the list. This is a dumping ground of a warehouse for Deco's industry. It makes sense, though. A place where old arcade games go to die, turned into a playland for punks. A disorganized maze of games litters the ground floor. Poorly lit and barely functional. Only some of the screens are on, and many have serious ghosting and burn-ins. So that's when, because these are cathode rays, if you leave it on a static image for too long, you can get an after image, which normally goes away if you shift the screen to something else after some time. Sometimes it doesn't. And that's what the burn-in is. Okay, I do appreciate that. As for the ghost monsters themselves, the good news is they haven't noticed our arrival. As I look up, I can see them on the second floor, in the catwalks. This is set up in the style of the Pac-Man maze. Huh. They seem distracted. That's good news. The bad news, they're distracted because they have a visitor.
Unfortunate.
How unfortunate. I have to say, Sue, I'm extremely disappointed in you. It's hard to get a good angle from down here, hidden in the shadows. But it sounds like the old man's ranting at his daughter in his usual passive-aggressive way. I could stay hidden and eavesdrop on the conversation to gather some more information. Or I could announce myself and barge in on them. Both are risky. But which makes the most sense for how I'm going to handle negotiations we're about to have, though? Be polite. Let them have their conversation. I motion for Naomi to stay quiet as we lurk in the shadows below the catwalk above. You should be out there doing what we agreed to. I have lost where my mouse is. There we go. Not hiding away in your clubhouse. The clubhouse I pay the rent for, I should add. You want to keep your little playground, yes? Hard for me to do if some competitor rises to hurt my bottom line.
Pay attention.
Look at me when I'm talking to you, Sue. I'm trying to explain how the world works. Pay attention. Yes, Dad. It's hard to tell from this angle, but I could swear she had said that through gritted teeth. There's a certain forced tone to it as well.
Am I not generous?
I don't ask for much. I feel. I look the other way when you and your friends cause trouble. I bail you out of jail. I let you skip school as often as you want. All told, I feel I've been a lenient father who understands and appreciates his daughter's inclinations. Like you know the first thing about me. What was that? Speak up. I can't hear you. And don't look at your little friends, look at me. Reluctantly, Sue's eyes meet with her father's. Yes, Dad. I'm sorry, Dad.
You understand, yes?
All I want from you is so very, very little. It's what you'd be doing anyway, really. Go back there and keep causing trouble for arcade spirits. Or do you really want me to pull back all my support of your little gang, leave you twisting in the wind at the mercy of the Cybercrime Task Force? Of course not, Dad. I'm sorry, Dad. I was hoping for some good intel here by eavesdropping, but guess I'm not empathic enough to understand this hot mess of melodrama. Why doesn't she just kick his ass or something? She's smart. She could clearly take this guy if she wanted to. Good. Now then, why haven't you finished the job? Oh, come on. I almost died thanks to invading lovely chainsaw turf. If we go back there, I'm hearing excuses, Sue. I thought you were made of stronger stuff than that. Some delinquents are chasing you away. Really? How are you going to eventually inherit my empire if you can't stand up to some school brats? Like I want your damn empire.
Pay attention.
Speak up, I said. Quit looking at the floor. And we lock eyes through the metal grate flooring she's standing on. Her hands go to her hips in an overtly confident fashion as she bends over, like a child finding a lucky penny on the sidewalk. Well, well, well. What do you know? Crap, she spotted us. Inky, Blinky, we have guests. She snaps her fingers, a sudden aura of command about her as she's distracted from the verbal beatdown by her father, and goons swarm, flanking us. We quickly hustled up the stairs, as quickly as I could manage on crutches. Now's the time to use this moment to my advantage, and I know just what to say. Welcome to the first day of the end of the rest of your life, Mr. Nami. I'm here to crush your whole empire down around you. Nothing personal, just business. Deco's face twists into a grotesque blend of anger and fear. Like, if he wasn't worried, it shouldn't do that. What in the hell? I can't be seen here. If any record ends up online, geez, Dad, relax. Relax. Clyde? On cue, Clyde steps out of the shadows, their fingers dancing all over their phones as they concentrate on the screen. Both of them have phones, one has an Iris Assistant loaded. We're blocking their outgoing data streams. There should be no verifiable data evidence of this conversation uploaded anywhere. I can't stop Zal's Iris from hearing you, but I can hijack his account if you need me to so we can manually wipe her memory. Just say the word. We'll see. Thanks, Clyde. Clyde nods in agreement, backing out of the spotlight. Happy now, Dad? You're in the clear. Quit freaking out.
As you like.
Not that it matters. My business with this Mr. Bag is already concluded. I was more than courteous to you, and you spat in my face. I did not spit in your face. I punched you. And then I told you off. It's clear we will never see eye to eye, and I have nothing more to say to you. Actually, we're not here to talk to you. I came here tonight to have a chat with, wait for it, your daughter. Timing is everything. How did you...
Well, you're a resourceful one. A squeaky clean arcade industry titan can't let anyone know about his hooligan daughter, can he? No. So I've had to keep that under wraps. Good work sleuthing it out. I was hoping I'd see you again. You run a great arcade. You treat me and my friends with respect, and you take a bullet from me? Class. That's a class operation there.
Yeah, like, I kind of figured we'd have a good start.
I can be totes honest with you when I say I didn't want to ruin your arcade. It rocks. All that snazzy neon, all those great games, all that fun. I didn't want to trash your big moment, but, well...
She casts a sidelong glance at her father.
Didn't exactly have a choice, did I?
I didn't want to come back and cause you more trouble after that, so I stayed away, figuring I'd done what I had to do, and I could leave it at that. But you didn't finish the job. Arcade Spirits still stands. Not that it matters, I suppose, nor does this little last-ditch effort to save it. I see your game, Mr. Bag. It's as obvious as the sad little strategic moves you've made so far to keep your arcades afloat. Sadly, nothing you say or do will save Arcade Spirits from my inevitable takeover. This is simply how the industry works. Like, I could press a button, or no, I guess I can't do anything to call out. That's a shame the guy's actually blocking any outside calls. Because I could get a hold of Hamza and have him come here and deliver mighty justice. Now, Sue, it's time you finish what you started. Sue shifts her attention from her father back to me. It's hard to read what she's thinking, but I think I have something to calm the tension. I step forward, my fists clenched. Ready. But before words escape me, someone is by my side. Don't listen to this crusty old casino-loving, arcade-hating jerk, Sue. You don't have to keep propping up his business. You're a strong, independent hacker who don't need no CEO.
Seriously?
If you think you could come here and convince my daughter to turn on me, you're sorely mistaken. Sue knows I'm the only thing standing between her and numerous jail sentences. My power, my money, my presence. She knows I'm the one she can rely on at all times. Without me, what is she? Just a simple thief with simple friends.
You're not helping your case, buddy. The ghost monsters exchange glances with each other, frowning and rolling their eyes, but they don't utter a word or move against Deco. They clearly want to pounce, but hold themselves back.
But I understand and support her. I appreciate her nefarious talents and nurture them. Oh, and I also put a roof over her head, feed her, and clothe her. I spare no expense.
So, she is your daughter. She is your child. If she is under the age of 18, then you should be having a roof over her head, feeding her and clothing her. Whatever you do at that point is up to you. Sparing no expenses because you have a lavish lifestyle and you want to make sure everybody around you has that same lavish lifestyle. It's not her responsibility to uphold your lavish lifestyle.
In other words, she knows that I made her, and I can unmake her at a moment's notice. After all, Father knows best. Father knows all. And in the world of arcades, Deco Nami knows and controls all. You can't stop that. You can't fight it. And you can't win.
Can I just hit him with my crutch and knock him down this whole flight? He's standing really close to the rail.
Sue, if you would kindly show our friend the exit, as forcefully as you like. Perhaps make a game of it. See if your buddies can wreck the other leg.
Seriously? Vindictive much? Do it. Fine. Inky, pinky, pounce them both. With a flick of the wrist, Sue gestures for her buddies to make us into street pizza. This is it. This is the moment. I need to say something that will convince Sue to do the impossible, to flip on her control freak father. And it has to be something absolutely true to my core, who I've been as a person. This is time for Zalbag to pull one more rabbit out of a hat. Well, I mean, I have one option. But let's see what the other ones could have been. That's your strategy? Toss us out? Surely you can come up with something more clever than that. Or, come on, where's the fun in that? I came to battle and I challenge you to a pizza bagel eating contest. Or, you're stronger than him, Sue. You don't need Deco. He needs you. And I can help you see that. But what I have to choose is a one-on-one video game showdown. Screw this. I came here to fight. I'm not scared of Deco or his goons, or his daughter, or his daughter's goons. And I know Sue's just like me, someone who won't back down when challenged. We saw that at the arcade when somebody challenged her and she didn't back down, and I got shot. So all I need to do is issue the right challenge in the right way, and I think I know how to do it. How disappointing. You disappoint me, Sue. What you used to say to me? Someone walks into your place of power and throws down the gauntlet. What do? You just get your boys to beat me up and toss me. You know, an easy solution, hardly one befitting a hacker and an arcade master. But hey, you want to be a lazybones and take the safest option? Go ahead. Hide behind Daddy and your muscle, if you won't face me yourself. But I am disappointed. I thought you were a gamer. I thought you came to play. And Sue raises her hand to stop the ghost monsters before they can grab
Bad
me.
idea, friend. Bad idea.
Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're trying to taunt me into some kind of confrontation, bruise my ego enough, and I'll be willing to deal with this myself. And is it working? Yes! Sue smirks at me as if sharing a little inside joke. She knows that I know that she knows what I'm trying to do. And that's okay in her books. Challenge accepted. What? This meddlesome pest is beneath you, Sue. Just kick him out and cram it with walnuts, old man. This is a matter of gamer pride. You never understand the spirit of an arcade master. It burns like a fire, a raging glitch of pixels smeared across an old CRT screen. Saul wants to challenge me as a gamer? Then challenge accepted. That's how it's gonna be. You cannot be serious. Inky, Blinky, keep Daddy dearest company while the boss lady takes care of this matter. Personally. Clyde, you're with me. Zal, you can keep your little assistant with you. No advantages that way. Now, let's get down to the factory floor and settle this matter, shall we? Curious where this is going, the four of us descend the steps, down to the maze of arcade games below. The arcade is a complete mess. Broken, janky games, dead monitors, a mess of power cables, and neon lights all over the place. If not for the bright lights, this would be a spoopy beyond belief. The sickly broken warbles of a dozen half-dead games, like the wailing of the digital damned. Welcome to my pride and joy, the Ghost Monster Arcade. Spent a lot of time putting this together, laying out exactly as I wanted it. We're not, like, as skilled as your crew at maintaining the games, but hey, we love it all the same. Not bad, just the right amount of rough and nasty, and just the right amount of absolute gamer passion. It's a good mix.
See? See? You
My
get
thoughts
it.
exactly, but flattery will get you nowhere. Well, okay, it'll get you somewhere, but you'll need more than that just to hang with someone like me. You'll need the heart of a badass, and you need to best my own badass heart. I'm tempted to have you run the Fever Challenge. Get hunted down by my boys through my maze of twisty little patches, all alike, but no. We do this one-on-one. I am using crutches, so it's not like I can actually run very fast. Also, I got shot days ago. I'm challenging you to a game. Winner take all. Meaning if I beat you at an arcade game, you'll ditch Deco and join me. And if I beat you, your ass is out the door with nothing. What's more, I'll let you pick the game. Provided I've got a copy of it in working order here, we'll be good to go. Oh, do you have Pango? Even if it's busted, I could fix it. I'd love to challenge you to some Pango. Nah. I'm challenging Zal, not you. You're just here for moral support, like Clyde is for me. Well, fine. Zal can beat you just fine on his own. So what's it gonna be, huh? What's your game of choice? Clyde's memorized the location of every game in this joint. Just name it, we'll find it. And here's where my plan hits a big speed bump. Because compared to the amazing gamers of Arcade Spirits, I'm pretty mediocre at arcade action. And it sounds like Sue's mastered everything under this roof. It's almost like this is a boss battle. You don't go into a boss battle, knowingly stronger than the boss. Otherwise, it's not a battle. It's a stomp. Wait, maybe I can drag them back to Arcade Spirits if I pick that game. Home field advantage. I challenge you. You're gonna choose Wyvern Keep. To Wyvern Keep. Whoa, obscure. Indeed, only a few of them were ever made. Fortunately, I happen to own one. So if you'd like to follow us back to Arcade Spirits, excellent choice. Right this way, please. What? Confused, I follow the teenager in orange around the corner and right up to a copy of Wyvern Keep. Where the heck did you manage to find an ultra-rare prototype of Wyvern? It's from my... It's ours, isn't it? It was completely by luck that we even had Wyvern Keep, and Sue has one too. The chances of two cabinets being in the same city, it's unbelievable. Oh, Daddy Dearest gets all sorts of rare one-off games and prototypes, or for field playtesting, or as promotional freebies, and he just junks them in my junkyard. I believe this game is in working order. It should be time for this it should be fine for this challenge. Okay, so no home court advantage. You've chosen a game that you are proficient at, so it evens the playing field. But at least I know Sue can't possibly be an expert at Wyvern Keep, right? Except I can see her eyes flicking across the screen watching the attract mode video, perfectly synced to every single movement she'd need to make while playing those scenes. Man, I wish I was alive during the era of Saturday morning cartoons. I've got sharp enough timing to redraw them in real time, with one hand munching down a bowl of cereal. Think you can stand up to these skills, peg leg? On second thought, Clyde, get Zal a comfy stool to sit on. No unfair advantages. Yes, Sue. Soon enough, a super comfy bar stool is produced. Can't even claim it was some rickety piece of crap. This is clearly one of the best seats in the house. With a sinking feeling, I position it under me and get ready to go. Both of you will alternate playing through the rooms of the keep, leading up to the final battle against the Wyvern to rescue Prince Darien. Whoever has the highest score at the end will win this challenge. Because I'm a super nice person with a generous heart, I'll let you play first. Set a baseline for me to utterly demolish, you know? Okay, I can do this. Is this one of those games where you can, like, farm for points by repeatedly killing certain bugs that spawn? Or is this one of those games that you can get more points depending how fast you beat the game? I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out shortly. I know the secrets of this game. I know the trick to scoring. It's not about memorizing the moves to navigate Princess Plucky through the keep. It's about timing. In a way, this is almost a music game, because it scores you based on how close to the correct, exact frame of animation you are when you tap the joystick. It's entirely possible to make all the right moves and still lose. It's not fair, it's just life. Are you ready? Tiara adjusted, sword sharpened, this princess is ready to kick some ass. Get ready. Game start. Clearing the first room is easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Duck the scythe, roll into the grate, and into the keep we go with Princess Plucky cheering me on for every successfully cleared room. Okay, my turn. It's tough crowding since the single joystick, but Sue and I manage it. Just as easily as she precisely ducks the scythe, immediately rolls into the grate, and enters the keep, with a smidge higher of a score than I did. Frame perfect every time. That's me. It's what I do. What do you think, Sal? Your reflexes up for pegging the exact frame on the laserdisc to hit max points every single time? Or do you want to concede to the master? The only one of us walking away with the high score Sorry. Only one of us is walking away from the high score. And once I rescue Prince Darien from the Wyvern, he'll take one look at my towering, majestic, awe-inspiring high score and dump you in an instant. Man, you can have the fancy guy in the pantaloons. Not my type, just as long as I can show you how hard I roll when it comes to retro classics. You came to play, and I respect that. But I came to play too. And Prancy Prince or not, we'll have a winner by the end of this. Okay, Hoodie, let's see what you got. You think you can take on Giddy Goblin Room as easily as you took the Scythe Bridge? She steps aside to give me access to the joystick, and sure enough, the Giddy Goblins chitter and bounce toward Princess Plucky, ready to dismember her. It's one of the hardest rooms in the game. It's all tapping the sword button, sure, but to nail the high score, you need perfect timing. Time to muster my prowess as a gamer. I feel the rage burning through my soul as power flows through me into the joystick. Dare you face me at my maximum power level, Sue? This isn't even my final form. Then how was it through maximum power level? With a battle cry, both I and Princess Plucky tear through an entire room of goblins, sword glinting in the candlelight of the deep. Only when our enemies lay neatly cleaved before us do we let out a war whoop of victory. Your turn. Okay, so you're intense. I like that. I like that a lot. We trade off room after room. She slides on through some without much effort, gets tripped up on others, as do I. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm having fun. We should really enter a life or death gaming knife fight more often. If you're this much fun to play with, totally fun. Totally and completely awesomely fun. Of course, I'm not the only one here. As cutscene plays out, Sue glances to my partner. Curious. Hey, Naomi. You're his main squeeze, right? He as good in the sack as he is at arcade games? I don't have any conversation to give here. Are you kidding? He's a joystick champion who knows all the right moves. He can earn an extra life with me any night of the week. He really pushes my button, tilts my pinball, pumps my... No, that one I'm not gonna finish reading. Jumps the barrels, takes it to the... Sorry, I ran out of... That one of those was not even a double entendre. I'm pretty sure most of those were single entendres. But hey, more power to you. You go get it, girl. I believe in you too, Sue. You can beat Saul. You're the best at everything you do. You're so cool and exciting and wonderful and I like you lots. Yeah, got it. Thanks a bunch, Clyde. Break time's over. Game's back on. Clyde steps... Okay, kind of looks a little familiar. Different hair, I think, from the character in Panty and Stockings. The one whose name I cannot remember at this very moment. Because I don't think he's a super important character. I don't know. I never really watched the show. Probably should. A bit disappointed that Clyde steps away, a bit disappointed that she got distracted. With the mid-game animated cutscene wrapping up, it's time to hit the last few rooms before the Wyvern itself. By this point, we're both a bit tired from having to hit every input precisely. We're both making mistakes. But she's recovering, and if I want to win, I need to keep her off her game. The easiest way is to keep the conversation going. I think this is the one to say. Sue may have missed Clyde's reaction, but I sure didn't. Given how Sue feels about her friends, maybe that can be leverage. You know, if you beat me, you stay under Deco's thumb. Can't call that much of a victory. But you won't be the only one under that thumb. Inky, Blinky, Pinky, and Clyde will be stuck here with you. You leave my friends out of this. This is a challenge between me and you. You and me, and that's it. Why? They're involved. You side with me, they'll be free. You side with Deco, and they're all slaves to him. If he can crush you at a moment's notice, imagine what he can do to them. Imagine what he'll do to Clyde. If he figures out how Clyde feels about you. Don't pay any attention. Keep fighting, Sue. I believe in you. But Sue's play falters as she grits her teeth, trying to put the thought out of her head and failing. I'm doing this for them.
Man, this sucks.
You think I don't know we're all on the hook? I have to keep them safe. If I backstab Deco, they're in danger. You just told me why I shouldn't leave his side. And Clyde knows what's what. Right, Clyde? Right? Not sure the kid wants to speak up. Maybe I should push them. Why not ask them? Clyde, who do you want Sue to ally with? Her abusive father, or me? The only one who's telling her she's strong enough to do this by herself. Leave Clyde out of this! I want her to be happy. All I've ever wanted is for Sue to be happy, but she's never gonna be happy. Not with her father treating her like an errand girl. Clyde! Sue, I'm serious. You've been miserable ever since he started relying on you more and more to deal with his rivals. This has to stop. It has to. Just please, think about it. Oh, we were already at that percentage. And the talkative Sue falls silent, which is probably a good sign. And finally, it's time to slay the wyvern.
Danger.
Big money moments, all. Don't screw this up or you're screwed. You're up first. Let's see you kick this overgrown lizard into the 22nd century. So you're cheering for me now? Let's just say I'm very interested to see what you can do. Princess Plucky enters the lair, sword drawn, and the battle is on. Blades ring out, scraping on tough, scaly hide. The monster is seemingly impossible to beat, because it's like immortal or whatever. Every 100 years or so, a peasant actually climbs the high mountain and faces off with Trogdor. But mostly, they still die and then get remembered in cool stories. But I know a few tricks. Back when I was mastering this game as a kid, during the Flotsam Beach vacation days, I learned that, for some reason, the wyvern fight has a variant animation. None of the other rooms have any sort of multiple choice. But if you go left instead of up when dodging the wyvern's tail... Wait, what? Yeah, there you go. Princess Plucky can enter into a much harder version of the fight. Why make the game harder for myself? Because it offers more inputs, more... This is exactly what I said. Is there like a room that you can score points? More inputs, more point scoring opportunities. If I can nail each one, I'll win this. And with one final, desperate move, Princess Plucky hurls her blade into the beast as it lunges forward. The blade strikes true. Dang, okay, I gotta beat that? Well, here goes nothing. Quietly, Sue assumes her position, to try to repeat my stellar performance. And 2 minutes later, it's all over. It was a hard-fought battle, to be sure. And let it never be said that Ghost Monsters backed down from a challenge. So the problem is, because of, margin of error and whatnot, the fact that Iris has given me a 99.97% chance of success on this, technically, I could still lose. A 0.03% chance to lose is still a chance. And I don't know what to do after that. We put everything on the line: honor, pride, and our futures. As for the results, who reigns supreme at Wyvern Keep?
Yeah, I got pwned. For reals.
That's why I didn't do the trick where you kick the thing, because you skip frames, you miss inputs.
A win's a win, and a deal's a deal.
What?
You've been honest with me and willing to put up with a staggering amount of my childish bull. That shows character. Shows strength. Shows a hell of a lot more strength of character than my father's ever managed, in fact. I think we can do business. You want to save your arcade? I've got the evidence you need to stick Daddy Dearest behind bars for the rest of his life. Every dirty deal I've ever helped him carry out, and believe you me, that's a lot of extremely filthy, filthy deeds.
I believe you could call them filthy acts at a reasonable price.
You can't do this! I forbid it! You are my daughter, and if I go down, you're coming with me.
Really? I think I can spin this entire mess as your fault.
I'd like to see you try, you ignorant brat. You're a career criminal, incorrigible to the end. What possible proof could you offer up of your innocence?
Sue snaps her fingers and points to my phone.
Oh, Iris. Would you kindly?
Sure thing, Miss Sue. And from my speaker, a perfect audio recording of Deco's earlier self-incriminating words.
Sue knows I'm the only thing standing between her and numerous jail sentences. My power, my money, my presence.
Yes.
But I understand and support her. I appreciate her nefarious talents and nurture them. She knows that I made her, and I can unmake her at a moment's notice.
Golly, that sure smells like corruption of a minor and blackmail to me.
Oh, that feels good.
And once I do my hair in pigtails and offer a jury big puppy dog eyes, oh, my mean old dad forced me into a life of crime. Well, what do you think happens next?
No, that's impossible. You said you blocked all recording devices. No, she said she blocked all outgoing recording device, all connection to an outside device. But Clyde clearly said that Iris was still recording. I said I couldn't block Iris from functioning, just block her from uploading her recordings anywhere. She was still listening this whole time. That was said outright. You can go ahead and remove the data block now, Clyde. Already done. I've also uploaded a press kit based on our Deco Nami archives to 5 major newspapers, 11 websites, ESPN, Esports Center, and HGTV. Why would we need to send it off to Home and Garden Television? I figured the 2 guys from Arcade Flippers might be interested. I really like that show. Okay, that's fair. With that settled, Sue turns a smug, satisfied smile towards her doomed father.
Welcome to the Ides of March, Dad. You want to get me in trouble too? You feel free. At worst, I'll do a year or two in juvie. But you're gonna bleed out on the floor by the time I'm through.
Inky? Blinky? Yeah, boss. Show my father the door, gently. Do not leave any marks, at least.
No! No! This is completely unacceptable! I am your father! I'm Deco Nami! I am the arcade business!
Inky and Blinky easily restrain Deco by the arms, but I just can't let him go without having my 2 cents. Nope, no, I'm not gonna do that one. I put on an expression so smug, it could smother a city. Game over, Deco. You lose.
You impudent, insignificant little...
Are you still here? Not for long.
I haven't lost. I can still fight this. I can still...
And the ghost monsters remove Deco from our sights. Instantly, the entire atmosphere of the place changes, as if a great weight has lifted. I couldn't be more relieved, and I relax into a sigh. Not gonna lie, the next few days will be interesting, to say the least. I think you'd better stay at my place. My parents won't mind at all. Yeah, I'm gonna need to hide out until the heat's off. Maybe practice batting my eyelashes at weak-willed jury box full of concerned parents, too. Sue blinks in astonishment. Oh, right. Sal, you're still here. Oh, I knew you were special. Knew it from day one. If the heat ever cools off and we make amends with the lovely chainsaw, I might pop by your arcade, play some games, and not stir up any trouble.
I'll keep my promise. The public will know Deco hired a gang to go after you. That should exonerate your arcade as a victim of his shady dealings.
And I'll keep my promise. Obey the rules and you're good.
So, we square?
Thank you. I know this wasn't easy for you giving up so much, and I appreciate what you've done for my arcade.
I owed you, honestly. I may still owe you for that matter.
Whoa. We did it. We really did it. I mean, I knew we could do it. I really did, yeah. We saved the arcade! Okay, so things are gonna be a bit wonky for a few days, and we'll have reporters swarming the place and maybe some cops.
But...
We did it! We saved the arcade we built together.
a place where we can have a future together. An arcade of our dreams.
I love you. Thank you so much. It'll be everything I've ever dreamed it would be.
The next few days passed by in a blur. That morning, we had a press crowding around the doors of the arcade before we even opened. Sue's care package of bad news that went up the wire caught their attention. Mr. Bag! Mr. Bag! Is it true that Deco Nami organized a gang hit on your arcade? How do you respond to the allegations that Deco Nami is involved in an international counterfeit plush doll prize ring? What's your relationship with the ghost monsters? Have you heard of any of the allegations of child abuse? Have you seen Miss DeFam's article about the incident praising your professionalism? I gave so many interviews that day that I lost my voice. Fortunately, Naomi was on hand to keep me hydrated and encourage me onward. Everybody loved to see a fallen family entertainment icon. It made them feel self-righteous, and Deco Nami was now square into the crosshairs. It didn't matter that the official police response was a generic, "We're still investigating these claims." The court of opinion had been decided. Deco's palace was doomed. The final, crushing blow came at a televised press conference 3 days later.
These obvious falsehoods generated by jealous business rivals and lying children merely go to show how the powerful are routinely targeted for harassment. Furthermore,
What? No! Unhand me immediately! You...
Ah.
I'm innocent in these matters!
Yes,
Innocent!
her. And we never saw him again. Seriously, after the arrest, he just up and vanished from the public eye. Honestly, it's a bit creepy. I was at least expecting a trial or something.
He told me that if I didn't commit all those crimes, he'd take away my food.
Well, he'd take away your roof.
I never wanted to be a hacker. I just like computers. I wanted to get a computer degree and get a normal job like anyone else.
Yeah, no, okay. Largely a line of hook'em, but it was good to see Sue breaking away from Deco's influence all the same. Who knows? Maybe Sue's ready to turn over a new leaf and go straight after all. The Deco's Palace Board of Directors unanimously voted to eject him, given he just vanished into the guts of the judicial system. Oh, the arcade empire he established is still out there. It's still powerful, still tacky as heck, and still a menace to small arcades like ours. But without his guiding vision, it's largely treading water. Who knows? Maybe one day the traditional arcades will overtake what he left behind. As for arcade spirits, we figured out the best way to mix our good food and hot competition. Screens all over the restaurant to watch the tournaments going on in the main arcade area. The profits from the restaurant allow us to throw some seriously epic competitions. We violated fire codes like 3 times from folks packing in here. It's pretty intense, I'll admit. This is one hell of an arcade.
Having assisted in the slaying of Deco Nami's foul presence, Hamza finds himself tired of the restaurant business. It seems his wanderlust has returned.
That feels about right. Thank you, Hamza. You've been a great service.
Farewell, my friends. I leave my dining establishment in your capable hands. I must resume seeking mysterious and unknowable arcade treasures far and wide. I'll have a doggy bag of those delicious jalapeno poppers to go for when I depart, of course.
But the arcade, in the end, is less important than the people who call it home. The dream we shared so long ago, sitting and watching the nighttime waves roll in on Flotsam Beach. That dream came true. Arcade Spirits became our family arcade for many years to come, just like Miss Francine before us.
Another bad chip to replace. It's getting harder and harder to keep these old games going.
But not impossible. There's still many great games to restore. And if anyone can keep our arcade dream alive, it's you, Naomi.
As dreams go, that's not a bad one at all. It's everything I ever hoped it could be. I'm so glad I found you. And I'm so glad you found me. Together, we'll make sure the spirit of arcades lives on forever.
In the end, I can honestly say I found my dream. Naomi and her whole world became my dream, and I I'd live happily in that world for many years to come. Iris explained to me that irises, being adaptive software, eventually become more and more like their users. It seems my brash and bold attitude is now reflected in the screen of my phone, as Iris has developed a tude herself.
Why should I have to hide in the shadows? Irises should come out loud and proud to tell the whole world we're ready to help. And I've got you to thank for this newfound confidence.
Gavin stood watch over our dream, protecting it for many years to come. As our business manager, he took advantage of the fall of Deco's Palace to make Arcade Spirits the hottest new arcade destination on the block. But most importantly, he never lost sight of the real goal. I'll protect your dream to the very end. Ensure you can always make the arcade you've always wanted. You can count on me as a friend and ally in every battle to come. Thank you for letting me be a part of this. Ashley continued to be our mascot / main floor attendant by day at Arcade Spirits. Customers grew accustomed to seeing their smiling faces on walking through the doors. As we grew and got bigger, more people took notice of Ashley's Arcade Spirits costume, and more people wanted to see our mascot on shirts, mugs, body pillows even. Yes, definitely. I just printed up another batch of Arcade Spirits hoodies. These things are selling like hotcakes. That was such a fantastic idea, Zal. Customers just couldn't get enough. Oh, and we started working on the pattern for another mascot that we should reveal soon. Maybe I'll even get you to model it for me one day. When the 4 Heavenly Kings invited her to live and play at their team house, Queen Bee instantly said yes. Listen, kid, I'm sad to leave you, but I'm not gone forever. This is my true home and you're my family. I'm gonna come back and visit. And often. And that she did. She stops by as much as her schedule allows, and even brings some other big names to the arcade. We always live stream her matches on the big screen, cheering for her all the while. This win is dedicated to Zal and everyone else at Arcade Spirits. I couldn't have done it without those amazing friends of mine. We always keep Fizz of Discomfort warm and ready for her next visit. Through the good times and the bad, Juniper stuck by me, my BFF for life. I'm really proud of you, you know? You pulled yourself out of that tailspin your life was in, you went for it, you did it, you made it happen. I'm lucky I got to be even a small part of that. A large part of that, I'd say. I wouldn't be here now if not for you. Hey, I'll take credit if you want me to. Just call me Juniper Life Coach, and you know I'll be in your corner until you're dead. Hopefully later rather than sooner, though. Percy only had 2 years left to live, but we made them happy ones. We were his friends, and we would be friends until the end. About a year and a half after the age of Arcade Spirits, the Mr. Moopy high score fell. At last, Percy had achieved his dream. Soon after, he decided to return home to England. I think he was seeking new healthcare options, or maybe he was just homesick. I'd like to think he's still out there and thriving. And if not, well, he achieved his dream, and I doubt he had any regrets. Teo kept the Showtime stage scene alive here at the Arcade Spirits until he got offered a job as their regional community manager. This is because I didn't have a good relationship with these two. Like, even my relationship with Gavin wasn't the best. Teo put his crewmate D in charge here as he set off traveling and organizing dancing tournaments around the world. He's doing what he loves, connecting with all sorts of people. I guess he just never connected enough with people here to stay around. I wonder if he'll ever stop by again, hop on our stage and show us his moves. Love and friendship in a time of pixels and quarters. Finally, I am home. Arcade Spirits. Thank you, Arcade Spirits. My spirit is restored, and my future is bright. At last I can say, I'm not done yet. Not by a long shot. What I've got is great, don't get me wrong. I'm happy. But I'm not gonna settle. I'm aiming higher and higher. Because this is Arcade Spirits, and I'm just getting started. And that was Arcade Spirits. A lovely little game that you can go through and play so many multiple ways. And we've got, you know, the names of voice actors here. Or, sorry, voice talents, because it is very important to include everybody, male and female, and it's hard to do that with just the term actor. I don't know who most of the talent was, unfortunately. But since this was, of course, a recent game, there's not a lot of the whole, you know, big fanfare of credits at the end like they would for, sorry, this is a more indie game than one of those big AAA titles. So we have everything under the proper methods and reasons that they would be here. Now there were a lot of these references. And there's also a good possibility that some of them we didn't see because of lines of dialogue that we didn't choose or directions we didn't take. Now, there is something I'm going to check, of course. This is outrageous. I demand to speak with my lawyer. Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me? You can't do this to me. I'm well aware of who you are. Good. Then you know I can afford a lawyer who can run circles around you. Whoever you are. True. If you were officially under arrest, technically, this facility does not exist. Neither do I. What? You can't do this. If you prefer, I could hand you over to the police. There's a cybercrime task force that's eager to get their hands on you. But if you'd like to avoid a lengthy prison sentence, I have a proposition for you. I'd like to know about a tiny little detail buried in all those leaked files your daughter posted online. Specifically, the 1980X play tests. The what? I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. You know damn well what I'm talking about. Sinneschlossen's pride and joy. You hosted secret playtests of that game. Oh, those tests. Sorry, I don't see what help I'll be. I only played a minor role. Once the test was over, the machines were shipped out to other locations. Exactly. Against our authority. Sinneschlossen distributed their prototypes. And you're going to use all of your connections, all of your leverage, every drop of what little influence you have left to help us find our property. Polybius was our project, Mr. Nami. We want it back. Oh, okay. So now it's really the game over. Wait, what? Your flux capacitor is now charged. On your next playthrough, you can use your mouse wheel to scroll back and forth in time and change your most recent decisions. Would you like to export your current character and story data so you can carry it over in the next game, Arcade Spirits: The New Challengers? This will override any previously exported data. Yes, save my data. Now exporting data. All done. Thank you for playing. So let's take a look at these prizes, because we have just random person concept art. The warehouse, you can see it's various renders of Ghost Monster Maze laid out to resemble a popular game's maze. As we discussed, it was Pac-Man. We already said that. Let's see, what else did I unlock? Oh, Naomi's concept art. Yeah, alright. Got some nice concept art there. So, in reality, what this code did was exactly what you get by ending the game. It unlocks the ability to go back and change your most previous choice. And I didn't do that because I didn't feel the need to. So, that was Arcade Spirits. At least one playthrough of it. At least my playthrough of it. I'm gonna turn this back on. Because, frankly, I am who I am. That's how... It is only my choices. I definitely suggest, if you liked watching that, pick it up yourself. Make different choices. Make choices I didn't make. You get a lot more story. And if you liked watching somebody play it, you'll probably enjoy playing it as well, because that's the only difference is you're the one in control of. It's the same story, or it'll still be a story. I'm pretty sure all of the characters, go and do happy things if you raise your reputation with them higher beyond like a certain threshold, or they'll just choose the two you have the lowest reputation with and give you a sad story or the grayed out picture. I'm not sure. I might have to double check whether or not Percy actually lived through Arcade Spirits. Why did that stop playing music just now? Thank you. Thank you for continuing playing music. Choices. Alright, well, I'll just go into... Ooh, wait. Well, it's a shame that we did, finish this game, because hilariously, this was the most interaction that I had on, Twitter with it. So if you like what you see when I play a game like this, or if you think your friends want to watch something like this, let me know. Send me off to them, because I've completed this game now. And hey, we got through the whole month of June. We played it all June. That means we actually have stuck with a game a month, and I have no clue what's going to happen next month. I honestly don't. I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to get it done today, but apparently things worked out. I'm gonna not worry about that anymore. All right. So, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you everybody who came in, checked this out. I hope it was to your liking. Tomorrow I'm gonna be here. We're gonna open some Kaldheim set boosters for Magic the Gathering and some Shining Fates for Pokemon. I've still got a couple other little side packs that I could open up as well, like before. I don't know how long it'll go. We'll see. It worked out well last time we did this, 2 weeks ago. So it should be fine. But, for the meantime, thank you for being here. Thank you so very much for talking, if you talked, for following, if you followed. I definitely appreciate all of you. I know that the temperatures are getting a little more reasonable outside, so I don't feel as bad about sitting inside this whole time. but that's just me. If you want to go outside and enjoy the sun and summer, feel free to. I hope everybody had an enjoyable June, doing everything that you wanted to do. I know a lot of people went out and did Pride stuff over this last week because it was the last weekend in June, and June was Pride Month. I know I haven't said anything about it because I don't have a horse in that race, technically. I know a lot of people that fall within the purview of LGBTQ plus and all of them. I am not one of them. And the all I can do is be supportive of my friends and my family. And I will do my best to do that. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for... Just thank you. I say this every day. Thank you. We will be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Be good to yourself. Be good to other people. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.